day from 1 to 5. That's the synchronic period, and then the asynchronic period is going to be from 8 to 12. So with that said, we are going to give some instructions of how we should use the Zoom. So we ask fervently to please follow the Zoom instruction. We require from you, from all of us, to keep our mics off during the seminar unless the speaker asks us to unmute. If we are sure that there's going to be a period of questions and answers to clarify any doubts that we can have at the moment. So please let us keep our mic off so that we won't have it, to avoid any having any background noises that will interrupt the presentation. So, success, see your goal, means see your goal, understand the obstacles, create a positive mental picture, clear your mind of self-doubt, embrace the challenge, stay on track, show the world you can do it. And this is an anonymous quote, but I thought that it was going to be pretty good to listen to it, because that's why we are here, preparing and engaging in new methodologies, techniques, and things that will help us reach to success. So the English Department Coordinating Committee, which is confirmed by our colleagues Marisol Ortega, Victor Lopez, Persis Bishop, Suri Palacios, Joel Alvarez, and Veronica Ford, with the support of the Extension and Continuing Education Coordination, Professor Florencio Diaz, the Director, and Edikel Santimateo, Administrative Coordinator of the College of Humanities from Universidad de Panama, has the honor to make the formal opening of our first seminar 2023 in the online modality, promoting self-regulated learning in English language teaching. As opening words, we are going to call on Professor Marisol Ortega, who is the coordinator of the Long-Term Education Committee of the English Department of the College of Humanities from Universidad de Panama. You are muted. You are muted.
Okay. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that happens. That's something that happens to everyone during these times. Okay. As I said before, good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor to welcome you all to this seminar. Good afternoon, Dr. Olmedo Garcia, Dean of the College of Humanities, Professor Lady Ana Hills, Vice Dean, to the English Department authorities, Professor Gloria Dejo, Principal of the English Department, and Professor Adrian Jimenez, Head of the English School, Professor Florencio Diaz, Director of the Extension and Continuing Education Committee, and Mrs. Edike Santimateo, Administrative Coordinator. And to our lecture speaker, Professor Daniel Lowe, thank you. Thank you for being here. Well, it is wonderful to see you, all of you, interested in improving yourselves. I mean, that's something that we cannot forget. It's something that we should keep in mind every single day, that we have to improve ourselves, because times are changing. Life is becoming more hectic, I would say. Things are just because of technology, things just go faster than before. And also teaching, because information is available for everybody. So we have to do what we have to do to succeed, as Veronica says. I like that thought, Veronica. I will ask you to give it to me later.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and also thank you to the English Department Organizing Committee. I can tell you how hard they have worked in order to have everything well organized. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. And of course, we have to thank our extraordinary group as a whole, yes. The administrative committee and the VX, Continuing Education Committee. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's wonderful to work with you. Okay, and to all of the participants from different regional branches and from different universities and different institutions, thank you. Okay, learning is a treasure that will follow us everywhere. That's a Chinese proverb, and I always like to quote it. So thank you for being here. We're going back to you, Veronica.
Thank you, Professor Marisol, for that opening words. Now we'll call on Pastor Mauricio Brown from the Ebenezer Church, who will give us the religious invocation.
Amen. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Professor Marisol, for this opportunity. Obviously not for me, but for putting God first, because that's the most important part in our lives. So let's have a word of prayer. Father Almighty, as we come before you, we just want to give you thanks, Lord, that you have been placed in your position, Father, because you're above everything, you're creator of absolutely everything, and your will, your Father, is to be present, because as creator, you know what is best, and you are the one that, oh, Father, is above absolutely everything. We pray, dear Lord, that there might be good coordination. We pray, dear Lord, for those who have to take participation in every area. We pray, dear Lord, for those who are dependent on you for everything. Bless this seminar and let something special happen. We ask this in the precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Brown, for the invocation.
Amen.
And we continue our program with opening greeting words from the Dean of the College of Humanities, Dr. Olmedo Garcia.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas
Todos.
tardes.
Y a todas. Quiero también transmitirle este saludo a nuestra directora del departamento, la profesora Gloria de Ho, y el profesor Adrián Jiménez, director de la Escuela de Inglés. También este saludo va de reconocimiento a la Comisión Organizadora de Educación Continua del Departamento de Inglés, la profesora Marisol Ortega y el equipo de docentes que le integran. Igualmente a Verónica, que es una de las impulsoras de esta actividad en el departamento. Igualmente al director de Educación Continua y su equipo, el profesor Florencio Díaz, que hoy en un proyecto conjunto con el Departamento de Inglés nos han sorprendido con un seminario que da inicio a la Escuela Internacional de Verano y a los seminarios programados de educación continua. Esta Facultad de Humanidades, al igual que el resto de nuestras facultades, venimos de un proceso de acreditación que culminamos a finales del año pasado, en donde se nos otorgó las credenciales de haber culminado el proceso y las etapas de ese compromiso solidario de los compañeros docentes, de los estudiantes, y nosotros hemos posicionado a nuestra Universidad de Panamá no solamente en el ranking, sino que esta universidad está desafiando también con nuestra ciencia, con nuestro conocimiento, con nuestra cultura, que tenemos un proyecto de vida y de nación. Nosotros no solamente hacemos educación continua para ofertar un seminario que responda a la programación académica del departamento o un seminario de 40 horas para que responda al reglamento de evaluación del desempeño docente. Eso sería una visión muy mezquina y egoísta. Nosotros queremos entregar un seminario como en el que tenemos la oportunidad de ofertar, un seminario dedicado a la implementación de estrategias metacognitivas y también desarrollar el aprendizaje autorregulado, utilizando todas las modalidades que existen hoy en la pedagogía moderna: presencial, virtual, semipresencial. Y con la tecnología que hoy nos está ofreciendo el gran adelanto de la innovación. Pero esos desafíos que hoy nosotros, este es uno de los pocos seminarios, nosotros estamos desafiando porque la metacognición no solamente es una visión de la estructura metodológica de la enseñanza del idioma. La metacognición es una estructura metodológica que es la base de la ciencia. Y nosotros queremos discutir para que no se creen prejuicios sobre la enseñanza del idioma inglés, como hace varios años que intentaron quitarnos los derechos de la enseñanza obligatoria, de la enseñanza de inglés. Por eso les decía a ustedes, a los casi 60 participantes de este seminario, que no vean este programa solamente desde una perspectiva curricular. Este seminario responde a la construcción de ese proyecto académico científico del conocimiento. Y los idiomas responden a esa visión intercultural, que es para preservar también nuestra memoria, nuestra justicia, nuestros ideales como nación. Por eso es la perspectiva que hoy planteamos, esa modalidad sincrónica y asincrónica, para aprovechar todas las herramientas tecnológicas que existen hoy, con todas las dificultades que puedan haber. Pero nosotros, los 100 y pico profesores que somos en el departamento de inglés, tenemos que construir un proyecto de la ciencia y del conocimiento y de la cultura muy asociado a este proyecto de lo que son las humanidades. Y cada vez más nosotros hacemos un esfuerzo enorme por entender, por comprender, por innovar, como hoy nos ofrece una nueva metodología, la enseñanza de estrategia de metacognición basado en un aprendizaje autorregulado. Para nosotros eso se llama epistemología o metodología. Sin embargo, quiero decirle a todos ustedes también, agradecerle en el marco de la programación de educación continua de este seminario, del compromiso que tuvimos para acreditar a nuestra universidad. A todos ustedes, este esfuerzo es el granito de arena y dar la mano al otro para que juntos podamos llevar y traer más esperanza. Hay que traer más esperanza para que nuestros sueños no sean solamente sueños, sino construir esperanza, de desafiar los destinos de la vida para construir un mundo más democrático, más igualitario y más solidario, que también podamos aprender en un espacio de paz y de diálogo, promover esas avenidas con la educación, que es uno de los baluartes para desacreditar todos los pensamientos que tenemos ocultos en la conciencia, y decirle a los líderes del mundo que en Panamá y en nuestra universidad También podemos tener un programa de educación continua para seguir fortaleciendo los baluartes y los símbolos de construir ese mundo que nosotros estamos desafiando. Gracias, le reiteramos a los 60 participantes, a los directivos de nuestro departamento y de la escuela, al profesor Florencio Díaz, que en un buen diálogo llegó a acuerdo con la educación continua del departamento y hoy tenemos un trabajo de unidad, de consenso, porque nosotros tenemos un proyecto integral y no es el proyecto de inglés solamente. La visión de las humanidades es todo. Por eso, quiero agradecerle a los compañeros participantes que tengan el éxito y el facilitador, se me olvidaba, al profesor Daniel Owen, que es el facilitador del programa del seminario, y los 60 participantes, reciban ustedes las fuentes del conocimiento compartido, participativo, creando una pedagogía crítica que nos libere más nuestras ideas, nuestros pensamientos y nuestra vida. Gracias a todos y éxitos en estas deliberaciones. Buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias, doctor Olmedo García, por estas palabras de bienvenida y por las palabras de apertura oficial del seminario. We'll continue with our programs, and we'll call on the director of the English department of the College of Humanities, Magister Gloria de Ho, who is going to give us some greeting words.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Dr. Olmedo Garcia, Dean of our college, Professora Leidiana Hills, Assistant Dean, member of the commission, guest speaker, and colleagues. It is a pleasure to give you a warm welcome for this week of learning and also to see all of you virtually. Now we see each one virtually, but next semester will be face-to-face. I hope this seminar will give you the opportunity to refresh and share new thoughts in education, which will be useful in the daily work of teaching. All of you know that we have been with classes online for the past 3 years. Well, not anymore. This year, beginning for most of the courses in the summer and the first semester, all our classes in the English department will be face-to-face. Yes, we will have to go up the 44 stairs that we have to climb in order to get to the English department. We know that while working online, our students did not accomplish 100% of the learning. Now, we will have to face that situation and find ways to solve it. All of us know that we have to teach online because of health situation, which affected not only Panama, but affected the whole world. Even though health is much better, we have to keep our eyes open for the virus and take good care of ourselves. If we don't take care of ourselves, nobody will do it for us. Let's hope for a good week of learning, and may our Lord bless you. Bye-bye and have a good week. See you. Thank you.
I was muted. Thank you, Professor Gloria de Ho, for those greeting words. We'll continue with some other greeting words by the director of the English School of the College of Humanities, Magister Adrian Jimenez.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity of sharing this beautiful moment with you. Good afternoon, Dr. Olmedo Garcia, Dean of the College of Humanities, Magister Leidiana Hills, Vice Dean of the College of Humanities, Magister Gloria de Ho, Chairperson of the English Department, professors, members of the Extension, Culture and Continuing Education, Professor Florencio Diaz, and Iker Santi Mateo, thank you for giving us the opportunity. Special guest, it has been like a wonderful experience being here again with you this year, 2023, sharing. I would like to extend a warm welcome and a hug to the speaker, Professor Daniel Lowe. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and being here. Also, to those who have made this seminar possible, Professor Marisol Ortega and members of the committee, thank you very much. The seminar, Promoting Self-Regulated Learning in English Language Teaching, is like an opportunity that we have to discover how we can help our students to become independent learners. Sometimes we see so many students, they are like eager to learn, but they have different kinds of levels, different kinds of interest. And I think through this seminar, it can be like a way to solve the situation, help them to develop themselves. As Veronica said, success. What is success? Our mission, our goal is to help those students to succeed in life, to accomplish their goals, and to break the barriers of the English language. Professor Olmedo Garcia also talked about the project that we have. The project that we have is to give hope to those who don't have any, those who are at this moment in very sad situations related to the bad experience that we had with the coronavirus. So at this moment, we represent like the hope that they have. We as teachers, we have to give our best to help them. I encourage you to share your knowledge, to continue working hard, and also to enjoy the beautiful words and expressions and points of view that we have from our members of the committee, like Veronica, who always gives us motivation and different kinds of points to give us like the energy to continue. Thank you for sharing and welcome everybody.
Thank you, Professor Adrian Jimenez, for those greeting words. And last, we'll call on Professor Florencio Diaz to greet the panel. He is the Director of Extension and Continuing Education Coordination. Professor Florencio.
Hola, hola a todos y a todas. Muy buenas tardes, señor decano Olmedo García de la Facultad de Humanidades, señora directora Gloria Ho del Departamento de Inglés, a la profesora vicedecana Leidiana Hills, el profesor Adrián Jiménez, director de la Escuela de Inglés, y a la comisión encargada de educación continua del Departamento de Inglés, y a nuestro invitado especial, al profesor Daniel Owens. En primera instancia, un agradecimiento por contar con la colaboración de la Dirección de Extensión, Educación Continua y Cultura, a todo nuestro equipo de trabajo. Por supuesto, es un grato honor colaborar con las iniciativas académicas y de educación continua de todos los departamentos de la Facultad de Humanidades. Sin duda, esperamos que los objetivos planteados en este seminario y diplomado se logren a cabalidad. El intercambio de conocimiento de todos y todas las profesionales de la educación superior, en especial los de idiomas, son importantes porque al finalizar las experiencias compartidas ayudan a mejorar nuestro desarrollo como académico y de enseñanza en las lenguas. Sin duda, los estudiantes de la Facultad de Humanidades serán los más beneficiados con el fortalecimiento académico de nuestros docentes en idiomas, porque es el objetivo real de nuestra facultad, mejorar las condiciones académicas y la calidad académica de nuestros estudiantes en las diferentes áreas de los conocimientos y disciplinas y ciencias que imparte la Facultad de Humanidades. Sin más, agradecido en nombre de la Coordinación de Extensión de Educación Continua y Cultura de la Facultad de Humanidades por confiar en nosotros. Sepan que tienen aliados importantes en nuestra facultad para el desarrollo de todas las actividades académicas que se lleven a cabo dentro de ella. Sin más, es un honor contar con ustedes y bienvenidos y bienvenidas todos y todas a esta jornada académica que es importante para nuestra facultad. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, profesor Florencio Díaz, por esos saludos a todas las personas que están conectadas para este seminario. Gracias. We'll continue with a musical presentation by Miss Maciel Álvarez. Is she on?
Yes, hello
Oh.
everybody.
Hello,
Good afternoon. My name is Maciel Alvarez and I am very happy to be here with you. And today I will be performing for you a very popular Panamanian folklorical song, Los Sentimientos del Alma. And I hope you like it. Porque te quiero con el corazón, tú me desprecias, sentirte amor, así es la vida, nada es completo, cuando se quiere más se venga, aunque fracaso tengo en el amor. Que te quiero con el corazón, tú me desprecias al sentirte amor, así es la vida, no está completo, cuando se quiere más se desengaña, aunque fracaso tengo en el amor. Fue el único malo que creo que dispuso Dios, que se entregará toda la vida y que en pago recibamos un desengaño en el corazón. Fue el único malo que creo que dispuso Dios, que se entregará toda la vida y que en pago recibamos un desengaño en el corazón. matando los sentimientos del alma. Moreno del alma mía, me estoy muriendo de cabaña. Ay, son del alma y son los sentimientos del alma. Ay, son del alma y bueno de mi vida, son del alma. Ay, son del alma y son los sentimientos del alma. Ay, son del alma y bueno de mi vida, son del alma. Ay, son del alma y son los sentimientos del alma. Ay, son del alma y bueno de mi vida, son del alma. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Maciel. Thank you very much, Maciel, for that musical rendition. I am sure everybody present enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you for supporting us every time. So we'll continue with our program. And I want to share, I'm going to take 2 minutes to share this information that I think many of us will like to participate. You know that we are taking this seminar and we are going to have also a diplomado. And all of us that we are connected to this particular seminar, we are taking the first module of the diplomado. So if you are interested, if you have not signed up as yet for the diplomado, you are still on time. It's going to be $150. So they are going to discount the $60 that you already paid for this seminar, and you will be owing $90. There are going to be 4 models. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So
Yes, we can.
this is the diplomado is going to be 160 hours, and it's going to be virtual and presential. This is the first module, this seminar. Then we'll have the second module from the 13th to the 17th of February, and it's going to be also virtual with the title, the theme, or the topic, digging into blended English teaching with Google Classroom. And after that, the third seminar is going to be presential. And
Yeah,
it's going to be, sorry?
Yeah, it's important to know that there are going to be alternatives for the one that cannot be in the classroom.
Okay. So it's going to be both.
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's going to be from the 13th to the 17th of March. And the topic is improving listening skills in English teaching. And the last seminar is going to be from the 14th to the 18th of August. And it's going to be implementing literature in English teaching to develop language skills. So if you like the topics, if you are interested in learning more, this is the time for you to sign up, and you will only be owing us, or the university, not us, the university, $90. So it's good to, this is the first diplomado that we are, as English teachers in the campus, are promoting. So we really hope that you can support us and that you can join and learn a lot. So if you're interested, let us know in the Zoom chat, and we will resend the information for you to sign up. And if you have any questions, you can also contact us after the seminar today. And with that said, we go back to our topic today. And it is a great pleasure for me to present the speaker of the week, Magister Daniel Lowe. And we are sure that this is going to be an outstanding and innovative seminar, and that he will share with us the topic, theoretical framework for metacognition and self-regulated learning. So let's learn a little bit about our presenter. Magister Daniel Lowe is from Brighton, England. He graduated from the University of York, England, with a Bachelor of Arts degree in English and a Master of Arts in Contemporary Fiction. He spent 14 years working in ELT, English language teaching, in Honduras, and was Director of Studies at Unitec Tegucigalpa. He has CELTA and Delta certification from the University of Cambridge. He is a teacher, trainer, and professional development facilitator. He has been living in Panama since February 2017 and has founded Lowe English Services, which offers tailor-made professional development and quality assurance services to the Panamanian ELT community. He can be contacted at daniel.lowe, EFL@gmail.com. So with no further delay, Professor Daniel Lowe, the room is yours.
Thank you very much, Veronica. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to share with this group of motivated teachers. I think it was 2018 when I had the privilege to lead a workshop here previously, and that was in person. And obviously the pandemic and everything has been a bit of an interruption, but it's great to be back. And I'm sure that the teachers will be happy to hear that you're now able to offer in the very soon future the courses in person. I think that both online and in person have different advantages, but I think most people do prefer the in-person experience of being able to interact and really feel that human warmth when you're in a group. But I will do my best today to make the experience as participant-centered as possible. And I hope that the session today will be of interest and food for thought. Okay, so let me just share my screen. So as you know, the title of today's session is Promoting Self-Regulated Learning in English Language Teaching. Can everybody see that okay? Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. Yes.
Excellent. So during the session, I mean, Veronica did ask everybody to keep their microphones muted, and that is helpful. But we will be having plenty of breakout room sessions where you'll be interacting with other course members. And so I understand that for connectivity reasons, you may prefer to have your camera off during the group part of the sessions, but it would be nice if everybody could please turn on their cameras during the breakout rooms so that you can see your fellow course participants, and your participation, your interaction will perhaps be a little bit more human that way. I think that is definitely something we learned during the pandemic, that when people had their cameras on, the feeling was a little bit more human, perhaps. So as Veronica said, I've been living in Panama since early 2017. So I'd just like to tell you a little bit about my story. Sometimes it's interesting to learn a little bit about the person that's going to be leading the session. So it is true, I am British, I'm English, but I was born in Basel, Switzerland. My father is a scientist, and he was working in Switzerland when I was born. That actually caused me a problem when I got my residency here in Panama, because when I got my card, it said Nacionalidad Suiza. And I had to say, no, I'm not Swiss, I'm British. But they were like, well, but you were born in Switzerland, so that makes you Swiss. And I had to explain that, you know, nationality in Europe is decided not by where you were born, but by the blood of your parents. So that was an interesting, I wasn't aware of that aspect of American culture. When I say American, I mean, you know, the Americas. So I was born in Switzerland, but when I was 5, I moved to Lewes, which is a small town in the south of England. That's where I grew up. And then when I was 18, I went to university in York in the north of England, very, very far from home. That tends to be very common in Europe, that young people, one of the criteria that they have for the university they choose is, can it be as far away as possible from home? So I studied in York, which is a beautiful medieval small city in the north of England. And then when I was 28 or so, I moved to Tegucigalpa, Honduras. At the time, my plan was just to be a volunteer English teacher for 6 months. I had the idea that it would be, I wanted to learn Spanish, and I wanted to learn about Latin American culture, and I wanted to do some volunteering. So I found this program where they put you in a host family, and they arrange the voluntary job for you. They give you a kind of support network. So I was very excited about that, and I met my wife during those 6 months, and 6 months turned into 13 years. So then in 2017, I moved to Panama, and I had the privilege of working with the Panama Bilingue program. At the time, they had different initiatives, and I was involved in the delivery of the Cambridge certification program, which was a really incredible experience. I was leading a team of 50 local trainers throughout the whole country and helping to deliver a 9-month blended learning professional development program, which was very successful and a really interesting experience. A shame that it didn't continue, but it was an amazing experience. And I now work with a variety of institutions in Panama City, helping them to improve the delivery of their English programs. And I have Cambridge University certification, and I'm also certified by the British Council, which is an organization that the British government uses to promote the English language and the English culture overseas. So it's a privilege to be here today. If at any moment you have a question, please feel free to click on the raise hand icon, and I will do my best to take the question. I know sometimes it's better to ask the question when it comes to your mind, but otherwise you might forget it. But as Veronica said, at the end, I will leave some time for questions and answers. So if you prefer to leave it until the end, that's also no problem. Okay, that's enough about me. Well, one more picture. I wanted to share this picture with you. This was my first group of learners back in 2003. Can you believe it? So that was 20 years ago. There I am. And it's kind of very mysterious to think that those young kids are now probably in their late 20s now, or in 25, 26, 27. And, you wonder what they're all doing and what small part you may have had in their development. But that was my first group of learners in a public kindergarten in Tegucigalpa, Honduras. It was a fantastic experience. So I'd like to share with you one of my favorite quotes on education, which perhaps will give a little bit of background as to why I developed this, this session, the topic. So this is a quote by Thomas Carruthers, and he says, "Teacher is one who makes himself or herself," I added that, "progressively unnecessary." Now, on the surface, that may sound a little bit unpleasant. Like, we don't want to be unnecessary, or we want to have, an important place in society and in our schools and to have our profession respected. But what I think Carruthers is talking about here is that really a teacher's goal is to empower the learner to become autonomous and independent, to become a functioning, successful member of society who can think and learn for him or herself. And so rather than just transmitting information and knowledge, our most important role is to provide learners with lifelong habits which will allow them to be successful learners and members of society. I'd like to share a little anecdote, and that was one time I was in a supermarket in Tegucigalpa. I'd been living there more than 10 years at that time. And a young lady came up to me and she said, "Oh, Teacher Daniel, do you remember me?" And I did remember her. And I remembered that she had been in my advanced English literature program. And she said to me, well, after we, said hi and we had the small talk, she said, "I'd like to thank you for teaching me about collocations." And I thought, oh, that's a strange thing to say. And so, as we all know, collocations are the way that words go together. So, for example, you could say, in English, we say heavy rain. So that's those two words. We don't say strong rain, we say heavy rain, but we say strong winds. We don't say heavy winds. And that's all to do with collocation. And one of the things that I used to do when we were reading together would be that I would always encourage the learners to spot collocations. And then we would have maybe 5 minutes searching for collocations, and then we would put them on the board and we would discuss them. And what this girl said was that just showing her that strategy had helped her to improve her command of English, because from that moment on, she was constantly looking for collocations, and for her to remember how words go together really helped her fluency and her vocabulary acquisition. So it felt really great that, you know, I had showed her a strategy, I modeled it in the classroom, and then she made it her own. And she had then got loads and loads of benefit out for her own learning out of that strategy. So that's kind of like a nice example of what I think Carruthers is talking about. We give our students strategies, and then they take power of those strategies, and in really then we become unnecessary. We have empowered them, and we have given them this tool for their own learning. I would also like to share a quote by an important American educator whose name is Art Costa, and we will be learning more about his work later in this session. And he said that the core purpose of education is to prepare young people for life after school, to get them ready not just for a life of tests, but for the tests of life. And okay, so our session today is about how self-regulated learning can be used as part of language teaching and language learning. But I think that a lot of these strategies help people to be critical thinkers, to be able to think for themselves, to be more sure about themselves. And I think all of those qualities today, when we're bombarded by information and you know, we have so many people trying to manipulate us with fake news and so on, that being able to think for yourself is an incredibly important thing. And so, you know, beyond language teaching, we are equipping our students with the ability to think and sort of fend for themselves. Okay, so I'd like to move on now to just to look at the terminology. So today's objective is to get our heads around some of the theoretical aspects of self-regulated learning, and then in the following sessions we're going to be looking at different techniques, activities, and approaches that we can use to actually apply those. In fact, today we will also be talking about activities, because I think that as teachers we usually prefer to think about how things will actually work in the classroom rather than just hypothesize, right? So these are some phrases that I came across in my reading on this topic. I really became interested in the idea of making students autonomous when I was in Honduras, and I remember overhearing a conversation between two students. And one was saying, oh yes, he said in Spanish, es que ese maestro sabe explicar, explica bien. And I thought it was curious that that was their definition of a good teacher. I mean, of course, you know, giving input or explaining concepts sometimes is important, but I think that if we can make our students more responsible for their own learning, that's a far, far more profound achievement, right? So these are the phrases that I'd like us to engage with today. Learning power, metacognition, self-regulated learning, growth mindset, reflective learning, and independent learning. Now, what can be a little bit frustrating is that people sometimes use phrases interchangeably. So what you have to learn is that there's actually a lot of overlap between many of these concepts. So, you know, it's not like each concept is completely separate to the other. These are all kind of very, very mixed up in the same kind of domain, but there are certain things that perhaps distinguish one from the other. Now, before I before I start the first activity, I would just like to mention that the University of Panama have set up 2 groups on Google Classroom. And I believe you were all sent invitations to these classrooms. Now that's where I'm going to be uploading resources for these sessions. And then, as you know, we have asynchronous time for the diploma and for the session. So it's very important that all of you join that those groups. Let me just quickly show you what it looks like. Okay, so here we have the diploma course. And if I click on people, I can see that at the moment there are only 2 students who are actually active. Well done, Jacqueline del Carmen and Beth Sabel Collado. Both of you have accepted the invitation, but the rest of you are invited but have not actually accepted the invitation. So you won't have access unless you actually accept the invitation. Maybe some of those emails got lost in your spam or other folders. So what I'm going to do right now is I think I can actually invite you. So click here, copy class invite. Okay, so this one is for those of you who are enrolled on the diploma. Okay, so the above link is the invitation for the diploma course. And the other one is for the teachers who have enrolled for this seminar this week. But I hope that many of you will be tempted by Veronica's publicity earlier, in which she was saying that there will be, in fact, the opportunity to deduct what you already paid for this session and only pay the difference to upgrade to the diploma. That's fantastic value for money, $150 for 4 courses. So let me just share the link. This is for the
Daniel.
Yeah.
Can you see me? I just received your invitation, but I can't see myself in that list.
Okay.
That's for the diploma. Okay, the first one is for the diploma. If you chose the seminar, then you should be in the one for the seminar.
Okay, so there are 2 links I posted, okay?
Got it.
The first link is for those teachers who enrolled on the diploma. That's for all 4 courses. The second link is for those teachers that enrolled only for this week.
All right.
Okay, but maybe some of you will switch over. Okay, so could everyone just try to click on the link that corresponds to their situation and accept the link?
Good evening, Professor.
Yes.
Actually, I had click on the link.
Okay.
I'm in classroom, but you haven't seen me. But I'm
okay,
there. I got all the information.
Etania Young, let me see. Which
Etania
group were you in,
Young.
Etania?
It says, what I got here says module 1, activity 1, and a welcome invitation there. I don't know.
Okay, so which group are you in? Is that the one called Promoting Self-Regulated Learning or the diploma?
Promoting self-regulated, correct.
Yeah,
if you
okay.
can see it. Let me see if I can get
Yeah,
you.
I can see you. You're active.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I can see, these are the people I can see. I can see Johannes Mabel Batista, Alejandro Bernal. Yes, I can see you. Rosa Amelia de Gracia, I can see you. Juventina de Gracia, I can see you. Francia Herrera, I can see you. Adrián Jiménez, Hilda Jules, I can see you. Zuleika Martinez, Julio Moreno, Rafael Navais, I can see you. Yolanda Paz, Katia Quintero, Carlos Rios Montenegro, Abdiel Rodriguez, Delmira Rodriguez, Esteban Romero, Erika Sandoval, Eric Solano, Mariela Sonhaus, Joan Thomas, Pedro Vanella, and Itania Young. So all of those people are active in the group. If you did not hear your name and you are currently connected, then please could you make sure you accept the invitation. In the diploma, let me just check now on the, okay, good. So a lot of people have clicked. I can now see Karen Arango, Johannes Batista, Jacqueline del Carmen, Beth Sabel Collado, Cynthia Findlay, Yidis Flores, Adriana Hernandez, Indira Jimenez, Hilda, Hilda's in both, that seems, Hilda Jules, Aileen Rodriguez, Mariela Sonhaus, Pedro Vanella, and Aileen Wong. So it seems as though some of the teachers are enrolled in both groups, teacher Marisol. I don't think that's...
It seems that, I don't know, Pedro Vanella, did you decide to switch to the diploma course? And Jules?
Okay, I'm sorry, I am involved in the two, but it's the first one.
Sorry, Marisol, I think that I made the same mistake because I was in the first group and then I click on the link that Professor Daniel just posted. So I'm going to delete my name from the one that says diploma, right?
Yeah, if you're just in the seminar, you have to delete your name from the diploma.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. I in the diploma in the first one.
Yes,
okay.
Pedro?
I'm in the first one. I made
You're in the first one. Okay. Do you want us to delete you from the second one, or do you know how to do it yourself?
Well, no, really. I'm sorry. I think I'm wrong. I meant I am in the first module only.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so, I mean, what's important at this stage is that you have access to one of the groups. It doesn't, I mean, we can sort out the details of which group, but what I'm interested in is that everybody can access the resources. So can everybody please go to the Google Classroom, and you'll notice at the top, there are 4 tabs, right? One says stream, one says classwork, one says people, and then the last one says marks. Can everybody click where it says classwork, please? And you should be able to see a document called Module 1, Activity 1. Can everybody see that? Yep. So if you could please download that to your desktop. Okay. I'm just going to has everybody got access to that now? Yep.
Yeah.
If you don't have access, let me know. Okay, so I'm going to assume everybody has access, and I'm just going to quickly share my screen to show you the activity. So here we have a matching activity. So we have the 6 terms that I gave you earlier: learning power, metacognition, self-regulated learning, growth mindset, reflective learning, and independent learning. And on the right side, you have 6 definitions running A through F. Okay, so what I would like you to do in pairs is I'm going to put you in breakout rooms. And the first thing I'd like you to do is to take it in turns to read out loud the definitions, okay? I'm going to put, so we have 52 participants. So I'm going to create 25 breakout rooms. I won't be participating in the breakout rooms on this occasion. So there may be one breakout room that has 3 participants. So the first thing to do is to read out loud the definitions to each other, and then to work together collaboratively to try to work out which definition goes with which phrase, or which concept, I beg your pardon. Okay, so remember, first, read out loud. Second, discuss and agree on matching the concepts with the definitions. I'm going to give you about 5 or 6 minutes to do that. And then I will close the breakout rooms. You'll get a warning of 1 minute, and then everybody will come back. Okay, does anybody have any questions before I send you? No? Okay,
No.
Good luck. So I'm going to click now on breakout rooms, and I'm creating 25. And who is the co-host? Is that you, Veronica? Or am I the co-host?
You can see the breaking rooms.
Yes, I can. It just says that there's a option that says include co-hosts when assigning breakout rooms.
So you want to know who are signed up as co-hosts?
Yeah.
Marisol, me,
do you want me to include you in the activities? You want me to send you to the breakout rooms?
not really, because
No?
I can go from one room to the other.
Okay, you can do that. So I won't include that option then. Okay, I'm creating the breakout rooms now, so if everybody could enter, please. Okay, everybody. Okay, so Osiris Villarreal, are you there? Osiris? Okay, Joel Alvarez, are you?
He is a co-host.
Okay, so he's not, it seems as though he's not actually officially a co-host because he was included in the breakout rooms. I'm going to move the person that was with Joel to another group. I'm going to put her with room 5. Okay, Amada Avila, are you with us?
Yes, he's connected. Amada Avila.
Yeah, but didn't join the breakout room. So what happens when I create the breakout rooms, all of the participants get like a link what they have to click on. Now, if they don't click on it, then, so I'm going to move Julio Moreno to another group.
Yolanda passes by herself.
And also Belgica is by herself. Belgica's with. And Joanne Thomas also is by herself.
I was sent to group number 9 and I was the only one in the group.
So good afternoon for my late. Did you have some break rooms?
Yes, Abdiel, we are right now. Everybody is connecting to a breakout rooms, pair work. Are you connected from a cellular phone or a computer?
Veronica.
Yes.
I've got a
Uh,
problem. I connected myself in the run room, and with another colleague, and she came out from the room, and I did too. So I want to know if I'm able to connect myself in the seminar room.
But you are in the seminar room. You are in the main room.
No, right now. But
Right now you are in the main room. That means that we need to send you to a breakout room, to another group.
The seminar room. Many people are confused with that.
Daniel, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay, Pedro, I'm going to move you to room 4, okay?
Right, thanks a lot.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Sergio Alzamora, I'm moving you to room 17. He hasn't joined. Okay, everybody else apart from Marisol, no. Maria Isabel del Cid.
Veronica, when you create the rooms, do not add us as members of the committee to be part of the room, because we cannot check in the other rooms that are working. So
yeah, that's what I told Daniel.
What I did, Joel, was that when I created those breakout rooms, I had an option. Do you want to include co-hosts? And I did not choose that option. But you were still sent to a breakout room. So that gives me the impression that right now you do not have, according to Zoom, co-host status.
That's right.
So I don't know if you can confer that on him now, Veronica.
Let me check what happened. Give me a second. Okay, now?
Now I got it, yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, there are participants who, even though I've sent another invitation to move them to another room, they're not joining. So that either means that they're not.
Rafael Navas is by himself. He's in room number 14.
Right. Yeah.
Do you want me to move him to another room?
That's fine. Let me. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. Hold on.
Sorry.
Joanne Thomas is in room number 819, and she's by herself.
Okay. On this activity, it's not the end of the world if they're on their own.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because there are several of them by themselves.
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Ford.
Yes.
I was trying to join the link for the diplomado, but I made a mistake, and now I don't know how to get through that to that link. Could you help me with that, please?
Okay. Did you join the diplomado? Because there are 2 different links.
Yes.
The one for the diplomado and the one for this particular seminar. Are you going to take the diplomado?
Yes.
Okay. Let me resend the link so that you can join that one. Give me a second.
Yes, thank you.
Professor Veronica, I have a complaint.
Yeah.
I
What
was
are
in
you?
the waiting rooms and I was alone there until I returned back. Something happened because I just got into the break rooms.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a moment. Don't worry right now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was worried about maybe I didn't do something right. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Don't worry.
I know.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. Did you manage to complete the task with the time you had?
No, I did not really. I did not.
No. Okay.
Daniel, I was on my own.
Yeah, well, this is what I want. This is what I wanted to. This is this is what I wanted to say, guys. Okay, this is my first regañando los maestros right now. Okay, guys, with an online course, okay, it's really important that when we set up breakout rooms, that you go to the room that was assigned to you. Okay, because otherwise people are left on their own, and then they feel as though they're wasting their time, or they're not enjoying the participation of the course. Okay, so could I ask that everybody is very attentive to when we set up the breakout rooms, that you're ready to accept and participate in those breakout rooms, because otherwise the course is going to become a little bit disjointed. Now, I have designed this course so that there will be plenty of participant interaction. Okay, so it's very important that you pay attention to the invitations for the breakout rooms and that you enter the room assigned to you. Would anybody, would you like, I think it might be a good idea, because this was our first attempt and it wasn't a complete success. Shall I send you back and give you a few more minutes so that you can, it might be with a different person, but you can at least have another go, yeah?
Yes, I wasn't able to access that room at all.
Professor.
Okay, so there are 51 participants, and Mr. Alvarez, Veronica, and is Marisol, teacher Marisol, still with us?
Yes.
Yeah, so there are 3, there's 4, so let me create 20, I'm going to create 22 breakout rooms. That should be fine. Okay, so please, everybody, attentive. Okay, here we go. Some of you in 2s, some of you in 3s. Teacher Marisol, you are actually included, so maybe you could enter the breakout room to interact with the other teacher, Omaris Gonzalez. Okay, good.
I think there is a problem with my own cell phone, because I cannot get into that class. Yes, in those
You are
rooms.
connected. You are trying to connect from your cell phone. Professor
Francia,
I think. Oh, Professor Francia, can you hear me? Hola. Yeah.
I haven't been able to access my classroom. For some reason, I keep pressing that sala de grupo reducido, number 8, and my cell phone just take me back to ingresar in the meeting. So probably there's something wrong with my own cell phone.
Yeah.
I try once more.
okay, so I think we may be experiencing an issue, Teacher Veronica, that teachers who are connected with cell phones are not able to enter breakout rooms.
Yeah.
I mean, that surprises me. I don't know if there's like a special. So Abdiel Rodriguez and Osiris Villarreal have not joined. They're unassigned. Okay, they're unassigned. So 7, they came in the waiting room. So I've just assign them. Amada Avila is still, here comes Esteban Romero. But there's still quite a few teachers here. Okay, Esteban, I'm going to put you in room 5. Okay. So I'm going to take a screenshot, teacher Veronica, of the teachers who are not in the breakout rooms, just so that maybe you can give some follow-up this issue at some point.
Okay, thank you.
You still have the same WhatsApp, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to close the breakout rooms now. So welcome back, guys. You're still just finishing off.
Probably it's just problem with my cell phone.
What's that?
It's feedback.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way to mute. How do you do that? Participants. Yeah. Okay. How do you mute? Mute all. Okay. All right. So it seems that we have still some participants who were not able, for whatever reason, to get into the breakout room. That is a little bit concerning because, like I said earlier, this course is designed to be interactive. So the idea was that you would be entering breakout rooms on a regular basis and sharing with your fellow course participants. So I do hope that we're able to resolve this issue, but the majority of you were able to join the breakout room. So let's check our answers. So if I could ask teacher Teresa Murgas, what did you get for number 1, learning power? If you could unmute yourself, please, teacher. Good afternoon.
In our group, we haven't chosen an answer for this one, but we answered the number 2, metacognition. According to us, the answer was the letter C, the letter E, sorry.
Could you read the definition?
Okay. Let me, the letter E, the collection of psychological, let me move here. Okay, a collection of psychological traits and skills that enable a person to engage effectively with a variety of learning challenges.
Okay. In fact, the definition that you chose was the correct answer to the first one, learning power.
Yes. The first one. That's the one that I got. The
Right.
first one.
Okay. Right. So, I mean, like I said earlier, many of these terms are a little bit overlapping. Okay. So that can be sometimes a little bit confusing. And that's kind of like the point I was trying to make with this exercise, that it's not like really straightforward to be able to distinguish between these concepts, that they are all kind of woven together. Okay, so I'm going to ask now teacher Carlos Rios. Would you be, good afternoon. Could you turn on your microphone, please?
Okay, I'm here.
Hi, teacher. So where are you, which institution do you work at?
I work at Instituto Seminario High School.
Okay, great. Is that in Panama City?
Yes.
All right. Good, good. And what grade do you teach?
Well, it depends on the principal's order. Sometimes you go from 7th to 12th.
Right.
It depends on what he tells you the first year of the year.
Okay. And do you know what you're going to be teaching this year?
No, they haven't.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet.
Well, I hope that some of the strategies we discussed today will be very useful for you in your context. So what did you think would be the definition for metacognition?
Well, I was working with Teresa and we had the same answer. We were wrong. We had letter E.
Okay.
But Teresa previously said that it could be letter C.
Could you read that one out loud for the rest of it?
Let me see if I can. My computer is a little bit. Let me see if I don't have the meaning, the definition. I don't have the paper. My computer is giving me problem.
Okay, don't worry. So you said letter C, right?
Yeah, according to Teresa, it was a good
letter
guess.
C is the awareness of one's thought processes and an understanding of the patterns behind them. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just share my screen again. 1 second. Where do I have it here?
I had the answer too.
Okay, that's good. Let me just. So the correct answer for metacognition is the awareness of one's thought processes and an understanding of the patterns behind them. So that's very good. Okay, now I'm going to ask teacher Karen Arango. Hi, teacher. Could you turn your microphone on, please?
Okay.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Where are you joining us from today?
Okay.
Which school do you work at, or which institution, teacher?
Cochlear.
In Cochlear. So for self-regulated learning, which definition did you have? Could you read the definition, teacher?
Yes, but happened that I did the two previous one.
Yeah.
And I didn't complete. I didn't have the chance to complete it.
Okay. Okay, let me share with you the answer for this one. Self-regulated learning is learning that is guided by metacognition. That's thinking about one's thinking. Strategic action, like planning, monitoring, and evaluating personal progress against a standard, and motivation to learn. So we can see in this case that self-regulated learning is quite a wide concept, which incorporates different aspects, and including metacognition. So metacognition is a component of self-regulated learning. So we could say that self-regulated learning is like an umbrella, and under that umbrella is metacognition. Okay. Would somebody like to volunteer to answer the next question, number 4, growth mindset?
Me, please.
Me? Okay.
Okay, teacher Sharon Obaldia.
Hello, Professor Lowe. Well,
Hi.
I'm not sure. I was talking with the members in my group. It could be letter D, growth mindset. Letter D, the belief that intelligence can be developed and abilities can be increased by learning.
Exactly, well done. So somebody that believes in growth mindset, it's not just like, you know, this kid is intelligent and this one's not intelligent. It's like, well, we can all be intelligent, okay? It's just, so we believe that rather than classifying learners, anybody has the opportunity to, you know, become a successful learner. So growth mindset. Okay, and teacher Osiris, did you volunteer as well?
Yes, I did. But
okay, so
I
teacher,
have to say that I was very late on the classroom to see the information.
okay,
But I was looking, you know, in our best tool, Google, to know some of the. And let me read for you. What do I found? Let me go ahead and look it. I have.
Yeah.
You say growth mindset, right?
no, the next one is reflective learning.
Oh, reflective. Okay, I have this. Sorry, I'm trying to find what I had before.
So you have two, like, you know, I don't know if you had Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in Panama, but it's like 50-50. you have two left here.
Okay, I found reflecting learning typically involves looking back at something, a past experience or idea, and critically analyzing the event.
Okay, so the definition in the activity was the development of critical thinking skills through the internal process of examining strengths and exploring areas for improvement. Okay. So it, you know, I mean, very similar to what you said, just like in different words, basically. So where are you joining us from, teacher Osiris?
Well, unfortunately, at this moment, I'm not working, but I used to work for Montessori school and also for official schools back in the past. So I'm just trying to get more information and techniques to keep teaching. Okay.
Well, I wish you all the best with, I'm sure that you'll be getting a job very soon.
Oh, I hope that. Thank you.
And teacher Olbaldia, I forgot to ask, where are you connecting from?
I'm from Grupo, Panama Oeste. Panama Oeste.
I've never been to that place. Is it far from Panama City?
Not really, like maybe 20-25 minutes.
Ah, okay.
Panama City.
And you work
without traffic.
Yes,
Sin
without
tranqui.
traffic. That's very important. Thanks, Veronica. Yes.
Okay. And what context do you work in, teacher Sharon?
Well, that's the university.
Okay.
And I also work with Meduca junior high school.
Okay, well, again, you're going to, I think, find some of the strategies that we look at today very useful for, you know, the school context. So obviously through a process of elimination, we can say that independent learning is a way of learning in which learners have control and ownership of their learning. And so we're going to be looking at each of these 6 concepts. I think that because of the, we had a, and it was very important that the authorities gave their welcome to the diploma and everything, and their words were very impactful. But maybe we will need to, what I had hoped to cover today, we might have to do some of it and then continue tomorrow, but that's not a problem. We always, as teachers, can find a way to cross the finishing line over the course of a week or whatever. Okay, so we have just done like a little introduction where you kind of were using your critical thinking to try and work out the meaning. Obviously, this is just one definition. There could be other ways, like teacher Sharon read another definition that she had found for reflective learning. So I'd like to move on to learning power. And this is an approach to education that came about in the 80s and the 90s. So it says here that learning power refers to the collection of psychological traits, that's like characteristics, and skills that enable a person to engage effectively with a variety of learning challenges. And this concept emerged during the 80s and 90s. And the cognitive scientist Guy Claxton was one of the major exponents of this movement. And so many of you, I'm sure, will have read work by Jean Piaget, who was a very important educationalist in the 20th century. And he referred to knowing what to do when they don't know what to do. So in other words, giving learners strategies to navigate their way through, a new learning situation when they don't know what to do. So some characteristics of learning power. So it is practical, not abstract. So it's very much about, putting things into practice. It involves characteristics more usually associated with personality rather than intellect, okay? So if we think about personality, that's like how people behave or act, rather than the intellectual side, which stays in the mind. It is a collection of capacities. It is not one single concept. So we're going to look today at both Claxton and Art Costa. Do you remember the gentleman in one of the first slides who I quoted? So he's going to be also, we're going to be looking at his work on this topic. So there are 2 major theorists in this field. The first one is Claxton, who refers to different elements of learning power as dispositions. Okay, so we're going to be thinking about this word dispositions in a moment. And Costa, so Claxton is British and Costa is from the United States, and he refers to these different elements as habits of mind, okay? So Claxton, dispositions, and Costa, habits of mind. So Claxton has written 4 really, really important books. I strongly recommend them. I think that, any teacher in any context would find these books extremely interesting. So the one that's like the general introduction to his idea of learning power, and you can see the subtitle is Teaching Learners to Teach Themselves, which is basically what the whole idea of this seminar is. So that's like the major introduction to his concept. Then he wrote a book with Becky Carlson, and it's Powering Up Children, the learning approach to primary teaching. So those of you that work in a primary context may find that book more useful, or the two together would be good. He then wrote Powering Up Students, the learning power approach to high school teaching. And for those of you who teach at a university level, he also has Powering Up Your School. Sorry, the high school teaching I think would be probably for a language teacher would also work at university level. And then the learning power approach to school leadership. So any of you that work in coordination may find that interesting. So all of these books are kind of promoting the same idea that our responsibility as teachers and educationalists is to empower our learners to learn for themselves rather than just transmitting knowledge from the teacher to the learner. So all of these books are available on Amazon, both as paperbacks and Kindle. The hard copy costs about $20 per book, and the Kindle is about $13. So highly recommended, and this could be like a very nice further reading opportunity for those of you that would be interested in learning more. Obviously, today I'm just going to be giving you like a very superficial introduction. So here you have the opportunity to read more for yourself. Okay, so what is a disposition? The Cambridge Dictionary refers gives the definition as the particular type of character that a person naturally has, or a natural tendency to do something or to have to develop something. Now, I think that Claxton is using the word disposition in the second way, a natural tendency to do something. Now, obviously, you know, these strategies that we're going to be talking about, they're not natural right from the beginning, right? We have to show our learners, we have to model them, we have to expose them to these strategies. And then over the course of time, we repeat them many, many times, and they become natural, they become automatic. A little bit like learning a language, right? To begin with, you know, you're learning a word and you really have to struggle. And then over the course of time, as you become more confident, it becomes automatic and you don't even have to think about it. So Claxton refers to these strategies as dispositions. So in other words, we want to develop these dispositions in our learners, okay? So Claxton has created 4 categories of learning dispositions, and they all start with an R, okay? So I'll give you the first one, resourcefulness. So he thinks that our learners should be able to use a range of learning strategies and knowing what to do when you get stuck, okay? So he refers to that as resourcefulness. The second category is reflectiveness, okay? And that means that, that learners should be able to think about themselves as a learner and how they might be able to do things better, okay? So resourcefulness and reflectiveness. Then another big category is reciprocity, which refers to being able to learn with and from others as well as on your own, okay? So collaboration, interaction, obviously those concepts are highly relevant to a language teacher. Then finally, resilience. In other words, not giving up, okay? So, as I say, Claxton has these 4 major categories, But then through all of his work, basically interviewing teachers and observing classes, he came up with 17 what he calls learning muscles, okay? And those learning muscles fit in to these 4 categories. So here we're going to do another activity, okay? And what I'm going to do in a moment is share this, share the sheet on your Google Class. And here you have 17 different learning muscles. So I've given you the name on the left-hand side: absorption, capitalizing, collaboration, distilling, empathy and listening, imagining, imitation, interdependence, making links, managing distractions, meta-learning, noticing, perseverance, planning, questioning, reasoning, and revising. Now, all of those are currently in alphabetical order, right? You can see absorption, and they go all down into alphabetical order. What I would like to do now is to put you into breakout rooms. So everybody please be attentive to the breakout room. And what I want you to do is to place those learning muscles that I just showed you, in other words, these, into the category you think they correspond with, okay? And I hope that by doing this activity, it will make you engage with the different categories that Claxton has developed, and it will make you think critically about which category they fall into. Now, please don't get stressed by this. I mean, you know, you're being exposed to this for the first time, so it's natural to make mistakes, and that's part of the learning process in any context, okay? But it would be interesting for you to talk in small groups about, so what I suggest you do is that you go through them one by one, and then you discuss which category you think that they should go into, okay? Just before I do that, I just want to remind you of the categories, right? Resourcefulness is being able to use a range of learning strategies and knowing what to do when you get stuck. Reflectiveness is being able to think about yourself as a learner and how you might be able to do this better. Reciprocity is being able to learn with and from others, as well as on your own. And resilience, not giving up, not getting frustrated, and you know, keep going. All right, so now I'm just going to stop sharing just for a moment. I'm going to go to the Google Classroom. So I'm in the diploma. I'm going to create a new assignment, which is going to be Module 1, Assignment 2. I'm going to upload Okay, so those of you that are in the diploma course, you should be able to see Module 1, Assignment 2 now. And promoting self-regulated learning, I'm just Module 1, Assignment 2. Okay, guys, you should also be able to see the activity. It's just been posted. Okay. Everybody could go to the Google Classroom and download Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen to show you what you should be seeing. So this is the activity. Here you have the 17 learning muscles. And at the bottom, you have resourcefulness, reflectiveness, reciprocity, and resilience. Now, there are 17. Okay, so that means that 3 of the categories are going to have 4, and 1 only is going to have 5. Okay, so 3 of them are going to have 4, 1 of them is going to have 5. I'm going to give you 15 minutes to work on this, and then we'll come back together and check the answers. I currently have 49 people connected, and I'm going to create 20 breakout rooms. Can everybody please make sure that they are attentive, and I'll be moving people around if they're on their own. Any questions before we start? Yes, Carlos Rios.
I haven't received it.
Okay, have you checked in the Google class?
Yeah.
Yep, so you need to click on the tab, Teacher Carlos, that says classwork. There are 4 tabs at the top. One says stream, one says classwork, one says people, one says marks. Can you see those 4 tabs?
No. At this moment, no.
Can everybody else see those tabs? Yep.
I cannot see it either.
Yeah, I see it.
You have to access Classroom.
Maybe
have to-
Are you
if
in?
you go, maybe if you go into notifications, then you can open it there.
Or refresh the page also.
Yeah, try refreshing the page, teacher.
Okay, I'm trying.
Which one are you in, Teacher Carlos? Are you in diploma course or promoting self-regulated learning?
I'm here. It says Model 1, Activity 1. That's all.
Okay, so try refreshing because it's definitely been posted. It was a few moments ago. If you click
F5.
the name of, can you see it now?
What?
How strange. Okay, what I'm going to do then as a plan B is I'm going to share with you the
Professor is
activity.
there. Is there in classroom.
Good classroom.
Okay, just one second, get link.
We have model 1, assignment 2,
Yep.
and the other one.
Okay, yeah.
The other one that is model 1 activity,
I got
activity
it.
1. So
Yep, you can
which
see
one?
it.
Yeah, I got
Okay,
it.
great. Okay, so everybody's ready to go into the breakout rooms, and you'll remember what you have to do is to classify the 17 learning muscles that Claxton proposes and to put them into their categories. And hopefully this will help you to learn about the different aspects of learning power, this concept which Claxton has developed. Okay, so I'm going to place you in the breakout rooms now, and I hope you have an enjoyable time interacting. Okay, so recreate. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so Teacher Barranco, did you receive the invitation to join the breakout room? If you are not able to join the breakout room, Teacher Barranco, it's not a problem. You can just work on the activity on your own, okay? It is more enriching to interact, but if you're having technical problems, that's no problem, okay? Okay. I forgot the break. Um, just one sec. Mhm.
Hello.
Hi, teacher Sergio. How are you?
Hi. I don't know. I just was dropped out from the
Yeah,
from the
the
class. I don't know. I
the
just
breakout rooms actually came to an end. I think I inadvertently gave a time limit. Well, all breakout rooms will close in 41 seconds, it says. Teacher Marisol, were you participating in that activity?
Yes, I was.
How far did you get?
Well, about six definitions, more or less.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that they were correct.
Well, you know, it's a challenging activity because
Yeah.
it's the first time you're interacting with these.
Yeah.
You're not the only one.
You see? That's nice.
Okay, teacher Marisol, I've just realized that it's now 3:17 and we haven't
Yes.
actually had a break. What
Okay.
do you think? Do you think we should have a break now?
Yes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes break.
Okay, so let's say 12 minutes, okay? So if everybody could be ready with Punctualidad Británica at 3:30.
Oh, Daniel, let me ask you
Internet.
something. We haven't finished.
Okay, don't worry.
But you can you can give them the break to finish. I don't know.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so, Marisol.
No?
That's not a break then. If you're
You're
gonna give
such
me a break, I
you're
go into
such
the
a slave
bathroom.
driver, teacher
And I
Marisol.
go, and I go to drink some water.
Okay.
We need a break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
I think the best idea is if everybody just turns off their camera and their microphone, and then at 3:30 I will say hi everybody, and then you know it's the break's over. Okay, so you have a chance to have a cup of coffee or tea or get some
Okay.
fresh
Okay.
air, and we'll see each other at 3:30. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. We're back now. It's 3:30. We only have an hour and a half left of this session. So if I could ask everybody to give me some signs of life.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi there. I hope you
Hi.
had.
Hello.
I hope
I'm
you had
here.
a nice snack or drink or breath of fresh air. So I believe that most of you were only about half done, right, with the allocation, or how many, if you could put in the chat, how many had you classified when we stopped for the break? Could you just enter that number in the chat just to give me an idea? 5, 10, 12, 0. 5, 6, 9, 7. Okay, so we definitely need a little bit more time. Okay, so I'm going to put you back into breakout rooms. Shall we say 10 minutes? Would that be sufficient? I'm going to have to be a little bit strict on time because of time limitation. So I'm going to put you in the breakout rooms for 10 more minutes. Remember, your job is to classify the learning muscles that Claxton identified into the 4 categories. Does anybody have any questions before I do that? Okay, I am opening the rooms one more time.
Yes, could you repeat again, please?
Yes, to place the 17 learning muscles into the 4 categories. That's what we're finishing off now.
Oh, it's just that I just joined. Sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Sergio, do you have the material that we're working with?
No, because I was thrown out of the platform. Can you
Hello,
send
Teresa.
me, or I can give you a WhatsApp number is better for me.
Okay. You're going to need to open a document online. Is that possible?
Okay, document online. Which way you like? Would you like me to do it through email or WhatsApp?
One second.
Can I give you a number so I can open it in WhatsApp? Because
I'm afraid I can't send it by WhatsApp.
Okay, email it. It's okay.
So you don't have, okay, let me just.
I can give you my email if you want.
Google Drive. Activity 2. Get link. Copy link. Okay, I'm going to send it in the chat of the Zoom, okay? Can you see that? You should be able to see a link in the chat. You're on mute, Teacher Sergio.
Yes, I saw the message, I pressed on top of it, and it never opened. It just took me to a share to all.
Try
Right there.
again.
So
Try again.
I'm gonna try it again. I pressed on top of it. Again, it shows me enviar a todos, send to everyone. Send to everybody, yeah.
Okay, Teacher Esteban, I'm going to assign you to a room. Manuel, Suri Palacios. So you're the only one now, Sergio. So
I cannot access it. Pero es my cell phone, I think. Give me a hard time.
okay, would it be possible, maybe, is it possible for you tomorrow to try to connect from a computer, Teacher Francia?
No, I have no a computer available. I only have my cell phone.
Right, right.
My tablet is broken. Is broken, and also my computer, and also my cell phone. Sorry, but I did it by myself.
Okay.
Teacher Sergio, you need to click the link twice for it to open, because I clicked one time and it didn't open, and I double click it and it opened.
Thank you so much.
See the file.
Let me try it one more time.
Yeah, but double click.
One more time. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more time. If not, then could somebody help me? They can send it to me through my email, and I will write down my email, please.
Write it in the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna write it in the chat. Okay, here it goes, chat. Okay. Victoria Prentice 01@gmail.com. Then Victoria Prentice 01@gmail. That's it. Send it.
Okay, right now I'm sending it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And you have an email, right? Yes.
Yeah, I've just sent it to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, says it.
Okay, so if you want to work on your own just for the remaining few minutes, Sergio, because the others are quite advanced with this now.
Yes, thank you. I will work on it. I will. You're getting me a laptop right now, so I just need to classify them. The 17th of them into 4 groups, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Let me check on my email right.
welcome back. How did you do, teacher Johannes? Did you finish?
Well, we finished. We don't know if the answers are right, but we already finished.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, that's good. At least you had a chance to complete the task. Whether you got it 100% right is not important. Okay, so just a few seconds left until everybody comes back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you
Welcome.
I hope you had fun trying to work that out. It was a pretty challenging activity because you had 17 different concepts that you had to classify into 4 different categories. So with these kinds of activities, you know, the idea is just to engage with the activity. It doesn't matter if you don't get everything 100% correct. It's your first exposure to these concepts. So, you know, the idea is just to have experiential learning so that you're learning by doing this challenge. Okay, so let's see what you came up with. So we have resourcefulness. For resourcefulness, I would like to invite, okay, let me see.
Me.
Who said me?
Karen.
Okay, Karen Arango.
I have planning, questioning, and collaboration for the first one. For resourcefulness.
Okay.
Planning, questioning, and collaboration.
Okay, so for resourcefulness, the correct answer is questioning, making links, imagining, reasoning, and capitalizing. Okay, so remember that this is all to do with basically using different ways of working something out, okay, by asking questions, by making links, by using your imagination, by reasoning, and by capitalizing, okay? So remember that capitalizing does not mean using capital letters, right? Capitalizing is drawing on a range of resources from the wider world, other people, books, the internet, past experiences. So when we capitalize on something, we take advantage, we exploit something, okay? So anybody think of a way that you could use questioning as a strategy in an English class? Any kind of activities that come to mind? Johannes Batista, could you give us your idea?
Yes, well, I have an idea. Maybe we can use a questioning as a resource to diagnose our students. I don't know if that could be a good example.
Okay.
We need to know what they have, their feedback, their background. Anytime we need to ask something, this is a resource that we have in the class.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. What I would like to just clarify here, though, is that all of these aspects that we're discussing this afternoon are things that the students are supposed to be doing, not the teacher on this occasion, okay? The teacher, of course, has to model the muscle or the disposition, but the idea is that the students are actually doing it themselves. So how could you design an activity where students would be asking questions and that would be a useful learning experience for them?
Can I share?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think role playing, probably giving them an activity where they role play that they are at a restaurant or they are at the market, and they have to interact. They have to ask questions, and they have to wait for the answer. And that's a different way to learn how to ask in an interview also. They go to an interview because they are looking for a job or something like that, and they have to ask questions and they have to listen to the response.
Okay. Oops.
I have an
gave
idea. I have a
the
small
answers
idea.
for the second category, but hopefully you didn't see them.
I have a small idea.
So, teacher Johannes, sorry, who was the person that was talking about the role plays?
Erika is first in me.
Teacher Erika.
The role play, I was the one that mentioned the role plays.
Can you hear me?
Veronica.
I don't know what happened with my, okay. Sorry, by accident, I turned my speakers off, so I didn't hear anything for the last 10 seconds. Who was the person that was talking about the role plays?
Veronica.
Veronica. Okay, yeah. So thank you for that, Veronica. Indeed, we could encourage students to ask questions in a role play. That would be a great language learning activity. Teacher Johannes, you wanted to share.
Yes, another activity that maybe we can share with the student is to project them or show them a picture, and they have to maybe to start suggesting what we need or what the people are doing in the picture or something like that. They start questioning.
So you could say to the students, okay, one student has to ask questions and the other student has to answer them. So, for example, you could say, where are the people, and what are they doing, and what is the man wearing? Okay, so using the picture as like the stimulus and then getting the students to ask questions and answer them. That would be a beautiful activity for language production. Teacher Sergio, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, just a small idea. Magazine sends their best reporter to interview Hollywood actor or actress, and we take 20 students, divide them into 2 groups. We make them listen to the interview, and the students capture the questions and listen to the questions that the interviewer made, and they start making a role play also, backwards of what did the actor answer, the actress answered, and that you can have different forms or grammar structures of answering questions. It's a 15-minute drill.
Definitely, that sounds again like a very rich language activity. Teacher Erica, did you want to add something?
Yeah, actually it's a question, because I can think of an activity about English itself, like for example, if somebody is giving a presentation and the others can ask questions. But I was wondering that as this is self-evaluating, metacognition, right? A questioning wouldn't be like when we do that co-assessing or assessing yourself, what is missing in that project or whatever assignment are you giving to students? Like, am I missing something? Or
so at the moment, we're talking about learning power, which is this concept that Claxton came up with. And his idea is that we should be modeling and practicing these 17 learning muscles so that the students actually start to do them on their own, right? So the idea, when we talk about self-regulated learning, a lot of it is to do with giving students strategies that they can then use autonomously themselves, right? So if we get them into certain habits in the classroom, then they become natural. So for example, can anybody, Carlos, teacher Carlos, I can see you have your hand up. I'll come to you in a moment, but I was just thinking, like, with a reading, let's imagine what would be a good strategy to promote questioning. Remember, students questioning, either they can be asking questions to themselves or they can be asking questions to classmates. How could we use that questioning to make a nice reading activity?
Okay, for example, let me see.
Teacher
You can
Zuleika.
read, Zuleika, yes. I'm from Santiago. Yes. Okay,
Nice to meet you.
read. Nice to meet you too. You can read, for example, one chapter, and after that, you put two students, one face to face, and one student can ask you questions about this chapter. So in that way, you can reinforce the reading to get the main ideas and many other things. But the thing is that the student can understand what is in the reading.
Absolutely.
So this is the idea.
Very nice idea. Thank you for sharing. And so if we say to students, okay, we're going to read a chapter, and then at the end, you have to create 10 questions that you're going to ask one of your classmates. You're giving them a real motivation for reading. They're thinking, wow, I'm going to have to ask questions. So, okay, like, what am I going to ask? Like, and that will make them focus. And it also gives you evidence. When you see the questions that they write, it gives you evidence that they read and understood the text, right? Because if the questions are completely irrelevant or not, connected to the text, then you know that they either didn't read or didn't understand. Whereas if they ask the questions, and this is what's nice about this, is that the teacher is more setting up the activity, but then the students are the ones that actually carry it out. Yeah.
So those muscles, those 17 muscles are things that we need to create for students to do in order to develop the content itself. A content itself.
Well, yes, that's a very good question. I mean, I would say that it's basically you've got two objectives, right? One is, okay, it's a strategy that can help you teach the content, but also it's like you're getting two for the price of one, because what you're also developing is that strategy which students may then apply to a different text. So again, a very effective activity for reading is to ask yourself questions, right? So let's imagine you've already read chapter 1. Okay, guys, so we read chapter 1 and then you remind them what happened. So now I would like you to write down 5 things that you are wondering that might happen in the next chapter. Like, what's going to happen with Mary, or, will Jim come back, or whatever the question is. But they have to create this sense of anticipation for reading the next chapter by creating questions that they are looking for the answers, but they are the ones who are thinking of the questions, not the teacher, not the textbook, but them. So this is the idea here, is that we're trying to make the students like more part of the process and more responsible for their own learning. And if they think, well, actually, when I asked those questions to myself, I paid more attention to the reading. Maybe some of them will say, you know what, that's a good strategy. I'm going to use that on my own. Okay, I have Teacher Carlos and Teacher Osiris have their hands up. So Teacher Carlos, we'll go with you first.
Okay. Last year, I had an activity with my students. They have to build a robot.
A what, sorry? A robot?
A robot, yeah, a robot. and I showed them video 1, but I didn't show them video 2. And at the end of video 1, they started asking questions because they wanted to build a robot, but the real answers were in video number 2. And they wrote their questions, and when they watched video 2, they could answer their own questions.
That sounds like a really great activity. It would be interesting if you could share, if you don't mind, if you have the links to those videos, if you could share them.
We couldn't take videos because according to our law, we cannot take videos to students that are
Oh, no, but I thought you were referring to videos that were online.
Okay.
Because you said they watched a video. Was that video, where was that video? Was it on YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, I wouldn't ask you to share a video of your students, but if you were using a video as part of the lesson plan, and the idea was that the first video kind of got them curious, and then the second video answered the questions, it would be interesting to see those videos. That's a perfect example. You show them something, they have to come up with their own questions, and then they either read or watch or listen in English to get the answers to the questions that they came up with. Teacher Osiris.
Yes. Well, I only want to mention my experience with different grade students. Well, once we went to a forest, I was teaching science, so we would love to go out and see different things,
Great.
And they were so happy to see personally as in a spider. Many of the students, I wasn't, looking at the spider personally, just pictures or movies. So they were very, very excited with that in that place. So at the end of the trip, we went back to school, and I told them to write their own questions. And any in the classroom will be able to answer those questions. And my surprise was that the own students were responding or answering, their own questions. It was very amazing. It was one experience. The other one, it was with middle grades, from 10 to 12 grades. And it was about a video.
Okay.
Video about the construction of the railroad in Panama.
Ah, wow, interesting.
Yeah, historical one. And well, I was very sad because they didn't know anything about that historical time.
Well,
so,
but you solved that problem.
Yes. So I started, taking different type of video to show them, what happened, all the events about that construction. They were very interested in that particular historical time. So they started making their own questions. And also, of course, they were, they were asking me many questions. And I said, well, I was kind of like, oops. But that's okay, because it was telling me that they really was interested in that event. So yes, visual in any case, personally out on or video.
Yeah.
There is very, very good for them.
So, and this is something, the idea of this session is many of the things that we're talking about are maybe things you already do, right? Yes. You already do them, but you're not perhaps conscious that, okay, actually, this is a really valuable learning strategy that I should be doing on a regular basis. And sometimes when experts or practitioners create these frameworks, I do that, I do that, I do that. I didn't know what it was called, but I was doing it.
Yes.
But maybe there are others that you're not doing. So, maybe of those 17, maybe 10 of them you're already doing, and that's great, and you just need to do more of it. And then think about, okay, there are a few in this list that I'm not doing. And how can I think about how to incorporate that into my teaching? Now, I mean, you don't have to incorporate them all. Obviously, you choose the ones that are relevant and useful to your context. But I think it's useful to have this toolkit that we can look at and think, okay, have I incorporated imagining, for example? Do you use imagining in your classrooms much, teachers?
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yes. Like, for example, I remember with the let me go. Oh, yes, to the silver and gold roll here in Panama. I will start asking them what or how do they feel about that situation in our country. And they start, I said, put yourself on that, in that situation, back on those years, and tell me how do you feel about it? So they start explaining to me, what they was thinking about that. It was good or not, or why not, or why yes.
And what about capitalizing? Remember, capitalizing is taking advantage of all of the resources from the outside world, such as people, books, the internet, past experiences. How can you promote capitalizing in an English classroom? If somebody who maybe hasn't given any contributions yet would like to give us an idea. Capitalizing, taking advantage of resources, the internet, books, other people. How can we use that in an English classroom? Teacher Teresa, do you want to say something? Can you turn on your microphone?
No, I was just reading the definition of the concept.
Okay, yeah. I mean, some of the maybe the way that the words are used could be a little bit confusing. Maybe some of you found the word capitalizing a bit confusing. But sometimes we do use the word to capitalize on something means to take advantage, to exploit something. So that's how it's being used. You can also see it is British English because the S, not the Z, right? So does anybody have any ideas they'd like to share about how we can use the internet, books, or other resources to facilitate learning?
Well, Marisol, okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, yes, I did this by accident. Once my PowerPoint was not working, so my equipment was not working. So what I did was instead of showing the video, I copied the questions on the board, and I told the students to go to the office where I knew that there was bilingual people. And I told them to ask them about their birthday, when they were born, etc., personal information, and to come back in 10 minutes. And they did a good job.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did a very good
so
job.
that's using other people as a resource, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And we can do that with other classes as well. Maybe we need to negotiate with our colleagues, but one thing that students really enjoy is visiting other classrooms, particularly when it's another grade, yes? So maybe a 6th grader going to secondary, they feel kind of special going to secondary. So using other students as a resource is a very good strategy. Mariela, you would like to add something?
Yes, I would say that we can take advantage of technology by doing activity in classroom. For example, I have some links that I use with my students, like Jamboree, that they like a lot, or some activity using Padlet. That's something that they love because you can place like questions and or any activity that they're going to develop and they enjoy because they think that they are doing something so important using the technology.
Yeah. What context do you work in, Teacher Mariela?
Well, I'm working at a university,
Okay.
so a higher level, but they
Yeah.
assign them, for example, I got like in this that semester, I was teaching a course, like for example, let's see, one course that I was teaching English for communications.
Right.
And I placed like, for example, they got to develop like let's see, like a case study, something related to marketing, and they had to place like launching a product, something like that, and they had to create something using technology.
Right.
So let me tell you, that is the first time that I heard the word that capitalizing related to technology, but it's something that I've been doing without knowing.
Yeah, I mean, capitalizing basically just is another way of saying taking advantage of, right? I just before we move on, I would just like to say one thing, which is, so Mariela, in your classroom, students are allowed and encouraged to bring their devices. Is that correct?
Well, we were, yes, but now we were in virtual classes. This semester, we're going to be presential. So we got to find out, but in the previous, they used to bring their devices.
So this is something which is kind of a little bit frustrating. Many of us, well, probably all of us, had experience of giving online classes during the pandemic. And we were using all kinds of different strategies with technology. And those of you that work in schools probably feel like frustrated, because now that you're back in the classroom, you can't actually use those activities anymore, because most schools don't allow students to bring their cell phones or laptops because of the security issue. You know, they could get stolen or whatever. So that's kind of like, we kind of almost miss the online teaching from that perspective. Teacher Belgica, you wanted to say something?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Lowe.
Good afternoon.
We went together in Panama Bilingüe in Santiago.
Ah, yes. Hi there.
I know you don't remember because you met a lot of people. We met a lot of people.
No, your face is familiar.
Yes. Okay. I hope so. Okay. Talking
Nice to see you
about internet resources, we took a seminar called Flip Classroom.
Okay.
At the university level, students, especially that are in the far away, they don't have very good internet connection.
I see.
We use that method, the Flip Classroom. We assign tasks and they complete it using the internet, and when they go back to the classroom, they discuss it.
Right.
And this was good. Talking about elementary schools, well, it's a little bit difficult because they are kids.
Teacher Belgica, sorry, just I want to make sure that all of your colleagues understood. You said the flipped classroom. Yeah, is everybody familiar with that concept, the flipped classroom? Yeah, basically it's another word for blended learning, where the idea is that the theoretical aspect of something the students study alone at home, and then the classroom becomes a place where you put that into practice, right? So an example could be that you give students like a grammar point they have to study online, or some vocabulary they have to study online, and then they come to the classroom and you say, okay, using this knowledge you acquired on your own online, now we're going to put it into practice. So that's what Teacher Belgica is referring to with the flipped classroom. I just wanted to make sure that everybody picked up on that, because it's a very important point. Teacher Belgica, sorry, if you want to continue.
It's okay, thanks for the explanation. No, talking about elementary is a little bit difficult depending on the area, but sometimes sixth graders especially, they were using the internet, sometimes, not always, to search for vocabulary words and investigations or church investigation, but I was watching always, but not always we can do that, unfortunately. But internet, we can use it to get engaged or to engage the students, because sometimes they lack of motivation, and that motivates them. So this is my contribution.
It would be wonderful if all schools had a computer lab where you could take them and they had access to the internet, and so you can do activities like, okay, you're gonna make a tourist brochure. So you take pictures and then you use your own text, and you know that's would be a beautiful activity. But not all schools have those facilities. Teacher Itania, you wanted to add something, and then Teacher Javier after.
Yes, good evening. Well,
Hi there.
actually, I wanted to talk about the sequencing for reading activity.
Right.
Usually what I do, I have primary level, that's my context. So what I do, I have the reading, I have an audio script as well, and I give them. So thereafter, they have to answer those questions that I give them by sequence, because I have third and fourth graders, and where my students they are from, most families don't have an English speaking environment. So what I use a lot of sequencing with them. Actually, I make group work, collaborative work.
Could you just clarify what you mean by sequencing? Could you just give us a little bit more?
Yes, actually, I give them a story. For example, let's call it Red Riding Hood. And they have to complete the sequence of the story by answering the questions that I give them. For example, who was the main character of the story? They will have to take the picture of Red Riding Hood and put it in the first block, and so on until they go to the end. So most likely they can answer the questions that I ask them and understand the story as well.
Yeah, I understand that you're dealing with students who maybe have a relatively low language proficiency. So perhaps that's why you're doing the questions are coming from the teacher at this point. But what would be really nice, Teacher Tanya, is if you could think about how you could challenge the students to actually ask the questions in the future. Maybe right now they're not ready, but maybe a little bit further ahead, you could say, okay, so you're going to read this story, and I want you to ask questions about the text. You're gonna, ask your classmates or your partner, whatever. Maybe, I don't know, some people find this very controversial, but maybe you could do it in Spanish. I mean, if they're reading in English and then asking the questions in Spanish, that could be another way of like proving that they understood what they read, at least, and making.
Well, actually, there is another activity that we call reader theater, where the students, they have a fragment, each one in a group of 4. And they have a fragment of the whatever poem or story, and they read it one to another, and then they have to switch and ask question of each paragraph.
So I don't know, maybe that's a North American way of describing it. In England, we call that a jigsaw reading.
Jigsaw reading, correct. That's the jigsaw. It's the same of the readers here.
Yeah, very nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Teacher Javier, you wanted to contribute something.
Yes, to use the concept of capitalizing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to share an experience I have with my students, and it was great. I know for sure that environment and topic have to do a lot with teaching and learning process.
Of course.
So one day, just want to share the experience. One day, I got into the classroom and I told my students, no pencil, no paper, just relax and need your sharp attention. Listen to me carefully. I'm gonna tell you a young people's story, a real young people's story. And after I finish narrating the story, you will tell me what you understood, what you didn't understood, and things like that.
I start narrating the story. It's about Kate and Peter, young people, 17 years old. Because at that time, I was teaching teenagers. So I started narrating the story. And by the time I was narrating the story, they were like crying. They were like, wow. And some of the girls were just, their faces were full of tears rolling down their faces. After I finished narrating the story, because they were free to talk about it, even in Spanish, right? But right after I finished narrating the story, all of them started asking questions, launching comments, English, Spanish. I mean, they feel free to talk. And I capitalize their interest in such a way that they feel free to talk. So I capitalize their interest, young people interest, by talking about things they like to talk, things they like to hear, and the informal environment in such a way that they express themselves in really feeling way, right? In that way, I capitalize their interest. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing. So I think maybe another topic for a future module would be the use of L1. When we talk about L1, we're referring to the learner's first language. I think that is a really interesting topic, using translation and using L1. It's quite controversial. Some people have strong feelings about it. But I think teacher Javier has just mentioned that when you let people just ask questions, make comments about something they've listened to in English, it still is a valid learning experience because they're receiving the information in English. Whether you choose to force them to ask the questions in English, that's your choice. But I think there is a place for sometimes allowing the learners to use their first language. So thank you very much for everybody that has contributed their ideas. I'm going to need to move on now just because of time limitations. So we're going to move on to the second area of the second category, the disposition that Claxton referred to, and that's reflectiveness. And the learning muscles that he associates there is planning, revising, distilling, and meta learning. Okay, so when you are planning something, you are reflecting on what has to be done, right? You're engaging and you're thinking about what needs to be done. Then whilst you're doing it, you need to sometimes change your strategy or change the approach. Okay, now distilling. That's an interesting word. Would anybody like to offer how they understand the word like distilling in their own words? We think of, you hear about distilling with alcohol, you know, you distill alcohol, but we're not talking about that in this case. Anyone? So the definition is drawing out the lesson from experience, reflecting on the learning, and being your own coach. Just quickly.
I got another definition that it says that it is a process of extracting essential meaning or most important aspect of something. It could be applied in the education context.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you read that again?
It says that there is a process of extracting the essential meaning or the most important aspects of something.
Right. And I just looked at the Cambridge Dictionary and it says to get or show only the most important part of something. Okay. So when you're distilling something, it's like, okay, we did all of this, like maybe over the course of a week or a course of a unit, but what was the most important thing, or what was Like if I have to reduce it down to the essence, what did we learn, or what was the outcome? Teacher Erica, you want to add something?
It wouldn't be an activity like portfolios, and when we ask our students to collect all what they have done, and at the end reflect on that. What did they really learn? What was difficult? How did they improve with the time passed, for example, in writing at the university? I like to take an activity as portfolio because they can see their own progress.
Absolutely.
And how have they learned from their earliest work to the end.
Great, yeah.
Wouldn't be that?
Yes, that's a perfect example, using a journal where they have to, or a portfolio where they have to keep sort of evidence of their thinking and their reflection. Very nice, thank you. Teacher Katia.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, still, I think it's very interesting because we need to, for me, it's something that myself is learning from my own experiences, right? From my own mistakes too. It's like try to teach our students that mistakes are part of life, and we really need to learn. There is something only we need to try to catch the positive in that experience, no matter if it's negative or not, right? And I think that is something that we really need to teach them, but also with our own example, without complaining too much. Otherwise, they just follow us complaining too. There's nothing to be distilled about it, right?
Right. Do as I do, not as I say.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Very good. And we also had meta learning. Now that comes from the word metacognition, right? So meta is basically when you're looking at something on itself, right? So you're looking at your learning. Metacognition is really, we're going to talk about this probably tomorrow now, is when you're looking at your own cognitive processes, but meta learning is another, maybe Erica was talking about that with the journals. I think with distilling, it's like being able to really identify what the essence of something was, you know, what was the most important aspect of it. And that's a very important life skill, right?
Something that happened to you in the past, something that an experience,
yes.
or a life
exactly.
story.
Yeah.
Try to learn from that, students, right? And I think because we are language teachers, one of the things our students need to learn is to learn from the mistakes. Because language is not perfection, and we don't have to teach them that. Otherwise, they are going to get frustrated.
But also, I think one thing that can be quite frustrating, especially to new teachers, you know, so you plan a lesson and you've really put a lot of effort into the plan, and then you ask 20 students, what did you learn today? And what you thought the objective of the class was, many of them, that's not what they experienced. For them, it meant something else. So each person should have the ability to express what they learned, why it was important to them, what they took away. And that gives them this sense of ownership of their learning as well, that it's not, oh, okay, you know, today the teacher wrote an objective on the board and we achieved it. No, it's like, what did I actually learn today? What do I think I learned? And that makes students more empowered and in control of their learning. Teacher Flores, Yidis, you would like to say something?
Oh, yes. Well, I was trying to combine the techniques of the readings, two techniques, readings, skill scanning techniques for students to develop then reading comprehension. So this stealing, it's similar to scanning the text, right? When they have to extract informations or important or relevant informations in details. It's a specific content that I need to know from them. So I think that maybe this stealing could be applied in these reading comprehensions and techniques to reading techniques, skimming, scanning the text. Yeah, it's something similar to me. I don't know, maybe for the same way. But in somehow I think that it could be applied in this stealing because they have to read the whole passage, the whole reading comprehensions, but at the ending they have to do some activities related to the topic. They have to extract, or to take some points or relevant aspects from the reading.
I totally agree with you that reading is an activity that can facilitate distilling. I would perhaps suggest that rather than scanning, which is looking for specific details, maybe an activity that would promote distilling would be more like, okay, what would be a good title for this text? Or if you had to write in one sentence what this text is about, what would it be? Because there, the student has to take all the story and distill it into one title or one sentence, right?
Yes, yeah. One strategy that I do with them, okay, you have to put the subheadings to every paragraph. You have to put yeah.
I love that. I love that activity. So yeah, matching possible titles with the paragraph. But how about once you've done that with them once or twice, how about getting them to do it themselves? So, okay, we have this text, we have 5 paragraphs, and I want you to write what you think would be like a good title for each paragraph. And then what they do is they put them in pieces of paper and they give them to their classmate and they say, okay, now you use my titles and match them with the paragraph. So the idea is that rather than being an activity that comes from the textbook, it becomes something that originates from them. Okay. Of course, we always have to scaffold, right? So maybe the first couple of times they do it, you give them the titles and they just match them. But then once they get used to that concept, you can take away the scaffolding and now you write the titles, okay? So that's at university, being able to read a paragraph and just write in a sentence what it's about that's an important skill. So, it's something we have to develop slowly over the course of the student's education. Thank you very much. That was a very important contribution. Okay, so let's move on now to the third category, which is reciprocity. And the ones for that were collaboration, imitation, empathy and listening, and interdependence. Okay. Maybe I don't know about you, but when I was doing this activity, those were the ones I found easiest somehow. I don't know if you agree. Does anybody have any comments about any of those four learning muscles?
Well, Professor, I am kind of happy because I matched 3 of them.
Congratulations.
I was wrong with revising, but the other, me and my partner, we did it good.
Yeah, I mean, revising could be, I can understand why you put it there. You could revise another classmate's work. That would be peer checking, which is actually collaboration, right?
That's the reason why I had it there, correct.
Yeah, so that was a completely understandable,
Yeah,
error.
that was more understandable for us.
Yeah. What about imitation? What do we think about imitation? How can we model that in the classroom?
Like acting out in okay, we call it in Spanish like charada or something like that. Have the students pick a word and act it out and have the students give the meaning of the word, for example.
Okay. So Yes, I think that's definitely a nice strategy. I just wanted to read the description on the sheet I gave you. Says constructively adopting methods, habits, or values from other people whom you observe. So let's try to imagine, how could we do that in the classroom? How could we get a student to observe another classmate and to be encouraged to articulate something that he or she did that we want to do or follow or imitate?
Okay, I think with video, you can put the video to the student and then mute the video, and then they have to, in the essence of and any part of the video, only imitate or speak what they remember that they see and hear in the video. I think that is.
Okay, so that's definitely like a language production activity, which is really rich, and they're listening to each other. Teacher Hilda, do you have any ideas though about how we can actually promote the idea that our classmates can be models to not to imitate, like say what they said, but to replicate their success?
I would like to say something. I think it's very important to create first a nice environment in the class. Because if you have a nice environment, like they feel free to speak, they feel free to express what they have inside. I don't know, like a kind of, they reflect of what they are learning. Also, if there is respect, it's like not natural. Also, if I see a classmate that is doing something that I would like to imitate, or it's inspiring me to do something, it's like we don't have that selfishness or envy that other class environments would have, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I have to start, by creating a nice environment in my classroom in order to hold that there.
But how do you create it? How do you create it? You create it by modeling positive behaviors, right? Now, let me just give you, I'd like to just share now.
Being fair also to all of them.
Absolutely. Mariella, we'll come to you in a moment. I'd just like to share one activity that could be a way to promote the idea of imitation. So for example, let's imagine that a student has just given a presentation and everybody was listening. And as teacher Katia said, we want to maintain a positive learning environment where people can make mistakes and nobody laughs at them and we're supporting each other. So one way that I have seen, I'm very privileged because I observe a lot of lessons. I give observation feedback to teachers. And so I actually learn from them. And one of the activities that I really liked that I saw recently, a teacher said, okay, at the end of each presentation, I'm going to pick one of you at random, and I want you to tell me something from that student's presentation that you are going to borrow. In other words, an idea or a technique or a word or a phrase. It can be anything. Oh, I really liked the way that Mario started the presentation with an interesting image that got our attention. And I would like to borrow that idea from him. And then you also have to say to the person that gave the presentation, a strategy that you would like to lend them. So this idea of borrowing and lending. So it's basically saying, okay, you have to acknowledge something that's good, and then you have to give them a constructive suggestion about how they could maybe improve, and something that or you have done that works and you would like to suggest it to them. But using those words, something I would like to borrow and something I would like to lend, those are, it's a very nice way of promoting that, right? Teacher Mariela, what did you want to add?
Well, just to add in what Katia says and what you just mentioned, if we had to create an environment that our students feel comfortable. For example, what are you on the presentation? Some students at the beginning start presentation like, my name is, and that's it, and start. And when you got that, for example, one student have an opener or a cashy hook, and they say, well, I will try to do the same in my next presentation because I think that they caught the attention of the audience. That everyone was paying attention to what they say. And also, the imitation helps a lot in some students in the way of pronunciations. Because maybe sometimes some students struggle with some specific words. And at the end, for example, we got, well, you got to work in this word by imitation. You can get I heard that by imitation, we can get close to a native speaker pronunciations. Well, we are Latin, so maybe it's going to be kind of difficult, but that's something that can help our students to improve their pronunciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Teacher Angel.
Yeah, sir. Actually, the idea of asking to the students about, giving us some backups ideas about the presentation of the student is a very great idea. Actually, I'm a student in the Panama University, and I had a professor that asked us at the end of each presentation of each students, ask us about the presentation, how it went, what we went wrong, or what were wrong. And that's great because when you are doing a presentation, you don't know what you're doing. So like maybe you're doing something great and you don't know, but maybe you're doing something wrong and you are, you're not actually know about it. So It's great that some students tell you about some mistakes and something that you're doing well to make it better.
The important thing is it's constructive, right? It's not like, oh, that was bad, or you did this. It has to be with the desire to help.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what that was the idea that you mentioned. That was and a great to make the students to feel comfortable in the class.
Thank you. Okay, Teacher Alcides, I beg your pardon. I'm gonna have to move on because I need to finish the next category. Maybe you can comment on the next category. And I also have to explain your homework. Very important. So let's go back to the presentation. And for the final category, which is resilience. Okay, and here we have managing distractions, perseverance, which basically means not giving up, absorption, and noticing. Managing distractions. How important is that?
It's very challenging.
Is that something that is relevant more to at home or in the classroom, or both?
I would say both. It's like a classroom management in one aspect, and the other in yourself, your focus on what you're going to do by managing distraction.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any ideas about managing distractions? I mean, you could ask students, okay, we're going to do something. You're going to read for 1 to 2 minutes in silence, and you're going to read in 2 minutes, and I'm going to play, you could find some, like on YouTube, a recording of a busy, lots of people speaking, and then you could have one with music. It could be 2 different types of music, maybe. One could be reggaeton and another one could be classical guitar music, and ask them, how was the experience of reading with those different conditions? Did you find that you could concentrate on the text more in silence, or more with the classical guitar, or more with the reggaeton, or more with the people speaking in the background? I mean, just making them aware consciously and being more mindful about the impact of distractions when they're studying or reading, that could be an interesting experience. I'm sure the students would find that quite fun, and they would talk about that, right? So particularly with secondary students, the whole thing about social media as well, you know, asking them like how much time. Sorry, somebody wanted to say something? So with the social media, like how many hours are they investing in this, and is it distracting them from their work, and making them more conscious. At the end of the day, we don't know what they're going to do with that kind of awareness, but it could be an interesting, at the very least, an interesting discussion. How long they spend online, whether it helps them or it distracts them from their schoolwork. Because those are things that are part of their real life, right? Okay, so just to go over one more time. So here are the answers for the Claxton's 17 learning muscles. And I invite you to look at this and try to learn more about what each one means, and think about how you can incorporate them into your classes, and how you can turn them into habits. Okay, so now for tomorrow morning, in this program, as you know, you're supposed to be working asynchronously in the morning. If you prefer, for whatever reason, to do it this evening, that's your prerogative. But I know, you know, you're probably a little bit tired now and you want to get back to your family life and so on. So perhaps tomorrow would be better. But what I would like you to do tomorrow is basically to engage with Al Costa's Habits of the Mind. Remember, there are two really important practitioners in this whole world of learning power. One is Guy Claxton. He's the British guy, and I showed you his 4 books, and I highly recommend at least getting one and reading it, and I'm sure you'll find that very enriching. And then the other one is Art Costa. Now, Art Costa has a website aimed at adults and also aimed at teachers who are teaching primary. So I decided to use the one for teaching primary, okay? And let me just quickly show you what we're going to do. Okay, so this is Art Costa's website, okay? He has this website called Habits of Mind Kids, okay? He has another one for adults, and I'll link these to you. Just so that you know, I mean, this is a commercial enterprise. They sell books, and they have trainers who will help schools incorporate these habits of mind. But on this website, you have free access to short videos, okay? So as Guy Claxton had 17, and Art Costa has 16. So he has applying past knowledge to new situations, creating, imagining, and innovating, finding humor, gathering data through all the senses, listening with understanding and empathy, managing impulsivity, persisting, questioning and problem posing, remaining open to continuous learning, responding with wonderment and awe, striving for accuracy, taking responsible risks, thinking about your thinking and communicating with clarity and precision, thinking flexibly, and thinking interdependently, not independently, interdependently. Okay? Now, for each of these habits, you click on the name of the habit, and it opens a video, right? So you just click on the video, and each video is about 2 minutes long. I'm just going to share my screen with the sound and optimizing so you can see an example.
Hammy is getting big. I wish we could buy him a nicer home.
Maybe we could build him a new one. Oh, you think we could? But what could we use to build it? There's tons of stuff around the classroom. What do you think, Miss Flowers?
That's a creative idea, Marcus. I'm sure you kids can find plenty of materials if you use your imaginations.
Creating really means generating something new and different, and that it ends up in a product of some kind. Could be a painting, could be a poem, could be a book. Imagining really means that you're seeing something different in your head, that you can imagine something that is distant even though you've never been there. And innovation means that there's some procedure in mind that is different, that will lead to a different product. Sometimes you hear kids say, well, I'm not creative. Well, we all have the capacity to be more creative. What we lack are the strategies to know how to do it. Many of the problems in life are so complex that trying to solve them using our existing frameworks and concepts doesn't work. We have to come at something in a new and a different and innovative way. So I think it's very important then that teachers teach kids some techniques of generating creative thought, and again, making a classroom environment safe so that there's no idea that's criticized. All ideas that come are important to us, and we can think in wild ways, and it's fun to do that as well as generative as well.
Okay, so if you click here where it says videos, you will notice that it says Dr. Art Costa on the 16 habits. And then if you click where it says Dr. Bena Kalik on the 16 habits, it's basically the same 16 habits, okay? But this time Dr. Kalik is speaking about it. So Dr. Kalik and Art Costa are co-founders of the Habits of Mind Kids. So if we just go back to the one I just showed you is creating, imagining, and innovating. So let me show you. Can everybody still hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Sure.
I'm just going to show you this other video. It's the same topic, but a different video.
Hammy is getting big. I wish we could buy him a nicer home.
Maybe we could build him a new one. Oh, you think we could? But what could we use to build it? There's tons of stuff around the classroom. What do you think, Miss?
Hi, everybody. I think there was a problem with the connection.
Yeah, that was fine.
Did you lose me for a moment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to the video.
The way I hear teachers say all the time, use your words, use your words. We don't hear them say, use your drawing, make your drawing make sense. How do you actually begin to think about this in a new way? How can you create something? However, right now, what is really exciting is that people are developing maker spaces. I watched one school in South Fayette, Pennsylvania, and I watched in a kindergarten classroom how the teacher had all of these tools and blocks and things that the kids could produce with, and she just let them loose. And she said, what would it look like if you were able to build a happy place? Imagine that, and then see what you build and work with each other and create a happy place out of this makerspace. When you think about this teacher and what she's saying, create a happy place is different from saying, we need to have a place where we have lights, where we have buildings, where we have roads. No, she wasn't telling them what to do there. She was allowing them to imagine a space in which happiness would be pervasive. Well, what would that look like to you? Create, imagine, innovate.
So I think, you know, those are nice little videos. They're only 2 minutes each. And teacher Katya's point there about nothing being wrong, that everybody can come up with their ideas. Now, I appreciate that some of you may be thinking, well, yeah, but I'm not a primary teacher. How relevant is this? But I really think that these habits of mind can be, you know, carried out in any context, right? So what I would like you to do for your asynchronous work is the following. I'm going to upload to the classroom the links, okay? There are 2 links. One is for Art Costa and the other one is for Dr. What was her name again? Dr. Benna Kalik. Okay, they're both the co-founders of this organization. And so there are 16 habits, mind habits, and each one has a video that lasts between 90 seconds and 2 minutes. So I would like you to watch all of the videos for Art Costa, and then all of the videos for Dr. Benique. Now, you could do it either watch all of Art Costa and then watch all of the ladies' videos, or maybe I would suggest better, watch the first one and then go to the Dr. Benique's page and watch her video on the same topic. So you watch them both back to back, okay? So I'd like you to watch all 16 times 2, so that's 32 videos. Remember, it's only about 2 minutes, so it should take you about an hour and a half to do that. And if you could take notes whilst you're watching the videos of things that you think are interesting, then when you've watched all 16, I would like you to choose the 3 that you found most interesting and that you would most like to apply in your context. And then I would like you to design one activity. So explain why those 3 mind habits are so interesting to you. And, you know, these are the 3 that I chose and this is why. And then, okay, for this one, let's imagine it was creating, imagining, and innovating, the one we just watched. How would you actually, you know, develop that with the students? What would your activity be? So design an activity. Doesn't have to be like a very elaborate lesson plan, but just like, okay, this would be my lesson. I would do this, this, and this, okay? So to go over one more time, you're going to watch the videos, all 16 mind habits. You're going to learn about the mind habits of Art Costa and Dr. Benique. You're going to choose 3 that you find most interesting, and then you're going to add to the Google class, you're going to post a text explaining the 3 that you chose and your rationale, your reason why those 3 are particularly interesting or useful to you. And then out of those 3, you're going to share an activity that you would use to promote or develop that mind habit in your students. Okay, does that sound clear to everybody? Yeah. And so you need to post that on the class Google Classroom before we start the next session tomorrow at 1 p.m. Okay. If anybody has any questions, my email is I'm just sharing it now in the chat. daniel.low.efl@gmail.com. Okay, so feel free to send me an email if you have any doubts, but I think the task is quite straightforward, right? Teacher Veronica, do you have anything to add before we wrap up?
No, Professor, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Just regarding to the assignment. We have to pick up 3 from both of them, or just for one? Just 3. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so let me just explain that both are the same. So both of the experts are talking about the same 16.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so basically you've got 2 people talking about the same 16 things. That's why I suggest that it would probably be more interesting to watch both of them speak about the same habits. So what you could do is you could open 2 windows. You could have the one with the man and the one with the woman, and just like switch between the 2. So, okay, I'm going to watch him speaking about collaboration. Now I'm going to watch her speak about collaboration. Okay, next one. Okay, and so you move through the 16, and then out of those 16, you need to choose three that you consider the most useful or interesting, and give a brief explanation as to why you chose them. Why do you think it would be useful, or why do you think your learners would respond positively? And then out of those 3, design one activity that you could use in the classroom to actually develop that mind habit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Teacher Erica.
What about the 2 previous activities that we do in class? Do we have to upload it into class too?
To be honest, no. Those were more just developmental. So the work that is, obligatory that you have to give evidence of is the asynchronous work. Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, I didn't see the email.
The email's in the chat, Teacher Hilda.
It is not visible.
No, it's not.
Maybe you send it to somebody individual.
The email is
It says I sent it to everyone.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat box.
Okay.
It's in the chat box.
Let me do something. I understand that sometimes for people on cell phones, it can be a bit difficult. So let me just do this. Hold on. Daniel.low.efl@gmail.com.
Excuse me, where are we supposed to send the homework?
Onto the Google Classroom.
Thank you.
Does everybody have access to the Google Classroom now? Okay. We will need to, Teacher Marisol, we will need to perhaps cross-reference all of the people that you have registered for the course and make sure that they are, what's the word, on the class Google Classroom. Just in case, what I'm going to do, no, but you can't see the chat, can you? I was just thinking, how can I, if you don't have access to the Google Classroom, how are you going to get the links for the homework? I can share them in the chat now, but if you don't have access to the chat, it's not much use.
You can put it in the chat, and then we gotta go in there and copy it real quick.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is the Dr. Benit Kalik. and this one is Art Costa. And Teacher Hilda, if you cannot access the Google Classroom, send me an email to daniel.low.efl@gmail.com, and I will send the task instructions to you by email. Okay? Are we good? Any questions before we finish today? Okay.
Could you repeat your email, please?
Yeah, it's Daniel. Can you access the chat, Javier?
Okay.
Can you see the chat?
I opened the
No.
chat, but it doesn't appear. The links
doesn't appear.
are not there. The last thing that I can see is your email. For some reason.
Okay.
Let me see.
I see the links. The links are there.
The links are there. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I have the chat, and now the link is there.
Okay, so there's a.
What you could do is to access and leave it open. That's what I did. I just open it and.
Yeah, but I couldn't see the link.
Okay, but maybe there's a delay on the internet.
Yeah, probably it's something with the internet, because now I can see both links. But a while ago, it was not there.
Okay.
So
All right.
it's a delay.
So if you want me to send anything by email, please write to me in the next hour, because otherwise I'm going to start doing other things. Okay. All right. So I hope you enjoy watching the videos. I personally think that they're applicable to all kinds of education. And I think Art Costa and Guy Claxton have identified a whole range of really cool things that we should be getting our learners to be doing. And that will help them to become successful, autonomous learners and lifelong, in a lifelong way. So thank you very much, guys. I really enjoyed interacting with you today. We had a few teething problems with the breakout rooms at the beginning, but that's normal at the beginning of a course. But it was really cool to see how engaged you all were and some really, really nice ideas that you were sharing. So thank you so much. It was a pleasure to share these 4 hours with you. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Daniel, before we leave, Daniel.
Yes.
Are you gonna open a folder in order so in that way we'll be able to upload that assignment?
It will be, yes, it will be in Google Classroom.
Yes, but it's not set up.
It's not there. I'm going to do it now.
All right, all right. No
if you check in about 10 minutes, it will be there.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So thank you, Professor Daniel, for all that knowledge that you have shared with us today. And I'm sure we are going to put many of those ideas in practice and watch the videos.
Okay.
People, please remember that you have to sign in your attendance every single day. The Educación Continua shares the link in Zoom here with us, and you have to make sure to sign in your attendance. Tomorrow, we are going to be connecting one more time, 10 minutes before 1 o'clock, so we can be able to start exactly at 1. You know, the first day is all the protocol and so forth, but tomorrow we're going straight to the point because there's no protocol, there's no performance or anything. We are going to go right into our seminar. So please remember the asynchronous assignments is from 8 to 12, and at 1 we begin a new topic. So it's important for you to comply with all the assignments, because at the end of the course, at the end of the seminar, we need to present a report to Educación Continua. And if we don't see your assignment uploaded in Classroom, then we only put there was no assignment. So that's a 0. For 5 days, you have to have 5 assignments. So make sure not to leave everything to the end, because as you know, that we all are running and we all have other things. So try to comply with your assignments every single day.
Professor, excuse me, I'm trying to find the list, but I couldn't. Where is it?
The list, which list?
To sign.
The attendance list.
The attendance.
The attendance list. Yeah, you need to be paying attention to the, let me look for it, to the Zoom chat, because Educación Continua shares it every single time in the Zoom chat. So you need to.
I remember seeing it at the beginning of the session.
From the beginning, but they have shared it several times. So make sure to, let me see where it is. And remember, if there is anyone that is interested in completing the process for the diplomado, remember that there are 3 more courses and you will have to pay $90 more to comply with the $150 for the
Teacher
diplomado.
Veronica, can I just ask you a question?
Yes,
I'm not
tell me.
sure, you know, whether there was a small error or whether this is actually the case, but in the 4th course, it had the start time as 8 p.m. That seemed very late. Was it supposed to be 8 a.m.?
Yeah, 8 a.m. Okay, let me check on that.
Because I was thinking, wow, you're gonna be working until midnight.
No.
It has to be
it's-
corrected. It will have to be corrected then.
Yeah.
Let me check. I didn't see it actually. No one saw it.
Because I took a screenshot because I was thinking, oh, this is interesting. And then when I was looking at the screenshot, it said, I noticed it said 8 p.m.
Oh my goodness. And many eyes, revised
Are we
it.
gonna have any WhatsApp group for this seminar? Like presentation and stuff?
Marisol? Yeah,
Well,
where is the attendance
would you like
list?
to have a WhatsApp group? We can create one for you.
Maybe few, maybe others not, but just like for information.
That's the
and
thing, is that
keep it
in other occasions we have created the WhatsApp groups, and then we have received messages from the teachers saying that they don't want to be in any more WhatsApp groups, and you know how it works.
I think
Some people feel offended.
Right.
I guess that the ones that would like to have a WhatsApp group, send a message through Classroom.
And you can keep it under administration. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe just to get
Okay, send a message through the Classroom that you would like to be in the WhatsApp group, because we don't like to be in the same situation that we have been before, having people feeling, I mean, that we are abusing or something of our authority. So that's the thing. Okay, so send a message saying that you would like to have a WhatsApp group, and then we would create it for you. But send it with your phone number, your WhatsApp number, so that we can create the WhatsApp group. Or if anyone could be.
I need to send my number. Oh, sorry, I didn't get it. One moment. I don't know what I'm doing here. Just allow me a few seconds to get the chat. Oh, my number.
Did you see what I'm referring to, Teacher Veronica?
Yeah, exactly. We need to send for them to correct this.
Yeah, because that might, if somebody didn't question it, that might put them off.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be taking professional development until midnight.
Thank you. Not even us.
You could have like a pajama party.
Yeah, everybody will be sleeping.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that I am the only one agrees with WhatsApp group. I sent my number anyway. If someone chooses to be in a WhatsApp group, I'll be more than happy to be there.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. For some, can anybody sees the attendance list? I know that I
You don't
registered
know
my
what, so what
attendance.
happened, Veronica, is because I got kicked out. This is a new, this is like a new chat. The previous chat got lost.
Okay, okay.
I think
Yeah,
your
because-
colleague, though, from Educación Continua was with us a moment ago. Oh, there she is. La colega de Educación Continua tiene el enlace para la lista de asistencia.
Very good.
Así, Mercedes, ¿no puedes compartir de nuevo el enlace? Porque hay algunas personas que no han registrado su asistencia, porfa.
Cómo no, profesora, ya se lo paso.
Gracias, mi amor.
A la orden.
Lo estaba buscando en el chat, pero parece que se borró.
Sí.
Sí, porque no está.
Creo que en la grabación de la primera parte sale el chat como grabado también. O sea que no está perdido, pero en este momento no tenemos acceso.
Ok.
Listo, enviado.
Sí, gracias. Por favor, los que no han llenado, ya lo acaban de enviar nuevamente.
Ok, y este link podemos postear también en el Google Class, ¿no? ¿O no?
Yo no tengo el link del Classroom.
No, pero yo lo puedo postear si quiere.
Sí, cómo no.
¿Es el mismo link todos los días o cambia?
Cambia.
Ok.
Cambia.
Bueno.
Sí, porque entonces la gente no.
Ok,
Ay,
entonces
Dios.
yo voy a estar pendiente cada día de copiar y pegarlo en la clase también, en Google.
Perfecto, gracias.
De nada. Ok, con esto entonces we can...
Con esto ya terminamos por el día de hoy y nos preparamos para el día de mañana.
Sorry, before to finish,